The voice activated, there it goes. Welcome this morning. We'll begin now. Would everyone please stand and join Commissioner Nieto, who will lead us in the pledge.
Please place your right hand over your heart and state with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, if you remain standing, please, and join me in a moment of silence honoring the two officers who died in the line of duty since our last meeting. Officer Matthew Bowen, the Vacaville Police Department, end of watch July 11th, 2024, and Officer Austin McIntyre of the San Diego Police Department, end of watch August 26th, 2024. Thank you. Take your seats. Before we even call the roll, I'd like to welcome Pasadena Police Chief Eugene Harris, who's here just to welcome us and say a few words. Chief? Yes, I guess so. How about that one? You want up? Next to the sheriff.
All right, there we go. Nothing like a good fresh mic check. Well, first off, I just want to say welcome to everybody that's here and those that are viewing to the wonderful city of Pasadena. I want to drop in really quick. We're up at the range today, so I see everybody looking really good with ties and Class A uniforms, so I apologize, I'm a little short, but we're on our way to spend a day doing that work. But aside from that, thank you for being here. The work that you do is so crucial. We want to make sure that we here in Pasadena offer anything that you might need during your stay or while you're here during the day. We are about maybe 2 blocks up and a little bit west of here. So if there's anything you need, I will leave a card here for people to get a hold of me if there's anything that you need for any of the Pasadena housekeeping. But once again, just a warm welcome to Pasadena. We appreciate the work that you're doing. If there's anything that we can do to make your stay better, make your work easier, please feel free to give me a call. Thanks to the commission. And if there's anything else you need, just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thanks for coming by. All right, the meeting is called to order. Ms. Essex, will you please call the roll? Sure.
Good morning, commissioners. Barcelona.
Here.
Ron. Here. Brazil.
Here.
Here. Doring.
Here.
Yule.
Here.
Gordon. Here. Long.
Here.
Moon. Here. Nieto. Here. Rodriguez. Terrio.
Here.
Woolery.
We also today have 2 newly appointed commissioners, Ventura County Deputy Sheriff Justin Doring and Richmond Police Department Sergeant Benjamin Terrio, who's should be familiar to us from the advisory committee. Welcome, gentlemen. Would each of you please introduce yourselves and say a few words about what you hope to bring to the commission?
Morning, everybody. My name's Justin Doring. Like I said, I'm a senior deputy sheriff for the Ventura County Sheriff's Office and also serve on PORAC's board. I'm looking forward to learning from everybody, and I think we all have the same goals for the best trained law enforcement in this state, and I look forward to learning from you all. Thank you.
Ben Terrio, I'm a sergeant, Richmond Police Department. I'm also the vice president of PORAC. Just like my colleague Justin said, California sets a standard for law enforcement in our country, and I'm proud to be a part of an organization that sets that standard and moves that work forward. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. I would now introduce Post Chief Counsel William Toby Darden to my left and Advisory Board Chair Visalia Police Chief Jason Salazar, who's I believe in the back of the room. No Advisory Board committee meeting today, and Post Executive Director Manny Alvarez to my right. Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to comment on items on the commission agenda or other issues under the commission's jurisdiction. Public comment should on specific peace officer revocation cases scheduled today will be heard when we hear those specific cases. Pursuant to commission policy, I will manage the public comment period in deference to the workload and meeting time constraints. Up to 15 minutes is allotted at the beginning of each meeting for public comments on agenda items. Members of the public who may wish to speak are asked to limit their remarks to no more than 5 minutes. If many people wish to speak on the same topic, I may ask speakers to limit remarks to 1 minute. Pursuant to commission policy, I may conclude the public comment period if multiple speakers are voicing repetitive statements and the 15-minute public comment period has expired. Please be advised that the commission cannot take action on items not on the agenda. Please remember this meeting is being transcribed, so please speak slowly and clearly so your comments can be accurately recorded in the transcript. Would anyone like to address the commission during public comment? If so, please state your name and organization. Seeing no one here, we will then move on. And before we do that, speaking of speaking clearly and slowly, apparently we drove our last stenographer from the room saying she'd never come back and do this one again because we went so fast and didn't always use our name. So I would ask that today we try to do a little bit more decorum to save Kathy a little bit, which would be just let me recognize you and state your name so that she can get it all on the record. There's been a lot of cross conversation. And while I think that's great for discussion, it's not great for the reporter. So please keep that in mind. At this time, Executive Director Alvarez would like to address the commission. Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair Long, and welcome, commissioners. Thank you for making the trek out to Pasadena and for allowing me to speak to you before the beginning of your meeting. So today I'm just going to talk about three things that this commission meeting is about without stepping on the toes of my colleagues that are going to actually be presenting. First, I want to thank, there's 3 panelists that you're going to hear from here very shortly. I want to thank Chief Andrew White, Chief Jason Salazar, and Sheriff Eric Taylor for making the trip out here to speak to us about Senate Bill 2 and some of the challenges maybe that they've had or some of the things that they would like us to do. I've asked them to be very direct, provide constructive criticism, some of the challenges or some of the areas where they'd like us to make adjustments. And really, this was part of just some discussion with some of the other commissioners about, hey, we're 18 months into Senate Bill 2. We should probably be conducting a review as to where we are, how can we do things better? So I want to just thank them for making the trip out here. We know they're all extremely busy with their departments. 2, you're going to hear from Megan on some of the legislative stuff that's happened that's really obviously on the cusp right now with bills that are at the governor's office. We anticipate coming back to you in November in terms of Assembly Bill 89 and what we're going to do in terms of peace officer education requirements, which we all know, we've had discussions about AB 89 for the last 2 years with the modern policing degree. So just as she's bringing it up, just keep in mind that we will likely come back to you in November. And then really, lastly, we're going to have I'm sure a lengthy discussion on limited authority peace officers. I know we addressed it in June, but it is a very significant topic for us. So we really hope to take some time with that. And then I wanted to talk about 2 things that really aren't on the agenda. So I'm sure we all know either from reading the papers or the issues that maybe you've had to deal with at your departments or cities, counties about the budget. So the state has mandated certain number of positions be cut from the state rolls, approximately 10,000 positions, as well as every state department's being asked to cut 7.95% from their operating budgets. We're in the process of working through that with the Department of Finance. We're not ready to present to you on that as we continue to have those discussions with the administration. We hope to have some final answers in November as to how that's all going to work for us. But just keep in mind that we are, like all other state agencies, dealing with that. And then lastly, in terms of the certification of peace officers in Senate Bill 2, You're going to start seeing stuff on our website that you haven't seen in the past under the certification actions list. So one, we started to roll out statement of findings in order to be transparent with the public in terms of individual officers who we have noticed, who we've come up with findings for certification action, whether it's suspension or revocation. So we notice them. If they default, nobody ever hears about it. So in order to be transparent, if there are findings by post and we generate a report, we're going to generate a report that says, here are the statement of findings as to why this person, there was an action against that person or they defaulted. You'll see 6 or 7 of them on our website already, but we're going to work through them and hopefully little by little catch up and do that with all of the default revocations. The other thing you're going to start seeing on the certification actions list is we are including the last time an individual was employed at a department. And then we're also including a conviction date and the penal code citation. So some of the challenges have been some of these individuals that are now going through ineligibility for felony convictions. I use an example that I've used that was in the press quite a bit. So we took an action against former LAPD officer Mark Furman about 3 months ago. There was some pushback. It was all over the papers. It's like, oh, California Commission on Posts has now decertified Mark Furman. The reason for that is we had a massive data dump of DOJ reports for convictions that caused us to mark these records as ineligible. Of course, some of the pushback has been, what are you guys doing? You're going after officers that 20, 30 years ago. So we're including the last time they were at a department, and we're including the date of the conviction. The law enforcement agencies on the other side have said, wait a minute, this person wasn't an officer in our department when they committed a felony. They'd been gone for 10 or 15 years. It makes it look like they did it while they were at our department. So we're starting to include that data. So you'll see that on the certification action list to be more transparent with what ultimately happened. And we're also listing the penal code violation, not just, hey, this person is ineligible to be a peace officer. So you'll start seeing more of that. And that concludes what I wish to say to you guys this morning. So thank you.
Questions for Executive Director Alvarez at this point? Seeing none, our first item is approval of transcripts and action summaries from the June 12th meeting, the misconduct case reviews, and the June 13th commission meeting. Is there a motion to approve the transcripts and action summaries?
Motion.
A motion,
Barcelona.
Barcelona. Is there a second?
Gordon.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so moved. Next on the agenda is consent. We'll have a number of probably lengthy discussions here. We'll have presentations on items C through I, unless any commissioner would like a presentation on agenda items A or B. So we'll start with C, which is a report on post-workforce diversity stats. Executive Director Alvarez will report. For information only, no action is required.
Well, this is an agenda item that you all asked for about 3 years ago in terms of our diversity stats. We include last year's numbers on the report. Hopefully you all have seen it. The other key takeaway is that as a result of the last year, I know we've all talked about hiring and where we are with hiring. It also shows the overall staffing numbers, and you'll notice that there's a 27, we added 27 additional full-time members in the last 12 months to the post roles as we try to catch up and get fully staffed after the implementation of Senate Bill 2. I don't know if there's any questions specific to the diversity stats, but I'm happy to address them if you like.
Questions or comments? I would note only that, and Manny, maybe you can correct me, but comparing your stats with, I believe, the state demographics reported by Finance and PPIC, it looks like Post was very much in line with the overall Asian population of the state, the Black population of the state, but it looks like we're lagging quite significantly behind Latino. 14% in Post and 40% statewide. And obviously a little bit high in terms of white. So it would be the Latino would be the outlier, correct?
That is correct.
There are no other questions. Item D is a report on the history of policing video series project. Legislative liaison Megan Polis is here and staff services manager Katie Strickland, both from the executive office, will report on this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're really excited today to present to you 2 new videos in the History of Policing series. But before we begin, I'm going to give you a brief background as to why the series was created. So in 2021, Post staff were directed to present content related to the history of policing within the learning domains to the Commission. Several commissioners commented on the importance of the regular basic course recruit and cadets instruction on the history of policing and suggested a proper delivery method such as videos to assist with the training. In addition to curriculum updates that were made to the training testing specifications and student workbooks for Learning Domain 3, Post also developed 2 videos on the topic of history of policing to be used to further support training in the basic courses. Both these videos launched in 2023 and were made publicly available on our Post YouTube channel. And as of today, both videos have each received over 1,000 views. With the success of the first 2 videos, Post staff were directed to continue the series. And in early 2024, staff executed a contract with the video production company to film, develop, and create and edit 2 additional videos. So right now we're going to watch the first video and then we'll be coming back up later to show you the second one. But the first video highlights LAPD Assistant Chief Blake Chow. Chief Chow is the department's first Chinese American assistant who was hired by LAPD in 1990, right before the 1990 LA riots began. He shares his experience on how far LAPD has come since the riots, how community relationships have mended over time, and how his legacy lives on in the department through his son. So without further ado, here's the first video.
I remember when I saw the sun just coming up, and I thought to myself, if there was an end of the world or an apocalypse, it would probably look like that.
Department morale hit an all-time low following the Rodney King incident. Arrests declined, and LAPD activities came under intense scrutiny.
And we were getting looting calls at a lot of the strip malls with hundreds of people just breaking into the stores.
Justice Department's Department of Corrections personnel, ATF, DEA, FBI, all kinds of federal agencies. There's a real undercurrent of resentment against the police.
We started getting guard shacks burned, police cars burned. There were not enough police officers.
And there's no police presence down here. They will not enter the area.
More drivers were pulled from their vehicles and beaten.
We have to stop blaming each other. We need each other to survive.
There was literally nothing that we could have done. Los Angeles is probably one of the most diverse, one of the largest cities in the nation. Here we have the hub of the entertainment industry. You know, we've got Venice Beach, we've got a world-class airport, and we also have some of the typical social problems that come with any large city that we've had to deal with as a law enforcement agency. I had always kind of had an interest in becoming a police officer, but the thing that we always faced being in an Asian family is they didn't want me going into law enforcement. My first job out of college, I was an internal auditor with Raytheon Corporation in the Santa Barbara area and absolutely did not like it. I didn't feel like I was getting any job satisfaction. I ended up getting another accountant job and moving back up to the Bay Area, and I joined the San Jose Police Reserves at the time. And I started enjoying that work because it was more rewarding to me than actually what I was getting paid for at the time. And it doesn't take a smart man to realize that it quite possibly might be a good time for a career change. Los Angeles happened to be hiring at the time. That was probably about 1989 or so, and I came down here and I got hired. I started the academy in April of 1990, and I'll tell you, that was probably the best decision that I had ever made. When I came on in 1989, the law enforcement industry per se really was not nearly as diversified as it is right now. Because crack cocaine was so lucrative in the 70s and 80s, you saw a big proliferation in gangs getting into the business of selling crack cocaine, which absolutely devastated the community. LA was very, very violent. You know, we probably had about 1,000 or more homicides a year. My classmate, Tina Cabrat, she was the first female killed in the line of duty. And we had just graduated, and we'd only been out in the field for a few months when she came across a group of men, and one of them shot her in the head. We were young police officers. We'd gone through the academy together. We were a pretty close and tight class. It's kind of like an aha moment that, wow, I've never had it happen to somebody this close that I knew. And it's a very, very sobering moment for me and many of my classmates when that happened.
But I think when he hears about an officer getting shot or hurt, it takes him back to that personal moment of when he lost his colleague. So now more than 30 years later, I think he still carries that personal loss with him.
Seeing traumatic incidents, it starts the first day you're on the job. I mean, I remember as an officer going to traffic collisions where 2 people had died, and, you know, the car was incinerated, and people committing suicide and murders and things like that. And then, you know, after a while, it becomes, you know, part of the job. But I did also recognize that it was important for me to spend time with, you know, my kids.
I remember looking back when I was, I think like 7 or 8, and I was playing soccer. I know that he was extremely busy with work, but he would always make time to make sure that he was always there for those tournaments. Growing up around the LAPD was eye-opening in a way. If I went on like a ride along in the helicopter with them, you know, I got to see the city from up above and like how they kind of operated in that aspect.
So it was interesting coming back to Central Division, being a police officer, and then coming back as a captain, because one of the interesting things about being assigned to Central, Chinatown was in Central. They had never had an Asian captain over Chinatown ever in the history of LAPD, and back then the LAPD was probably 120, 130 years old.
Ramona Gardens, no stranger to violence or to LAPD.
I was on probation here in 2004, and we've had many riots in here to the point where we had to have skirmish lines because they were trying to arrest one person. It was pretty bad over here. There was instances where officers just conducted extra patrol and they would get shot at from unknown locations.
So this is Ramona Gardens, and this is old World War II base housing. And in 2007, when I was a captain here, this was a much different place than it is right now. There was a gang that ran this location. Community members weren't able to use the rec center. And as we did outreach in here and built more rapport with the community and the officers that are working here, that tipping point happened where we were able to communicate more with the community. They trusted us. We brought in services as well as a footbeat of officers that were just dedicated to this location. And over 17 years later, if you're in this area and you come to Ramona Gardens, it is a much different place. I see officers interacting with children. I see families over here that are having picnics in their lawn. 17 years ago, you never would have seen that. And so I really attribute that change to the hard work that the officers have done, but also in 2007, the first seeds were planted with the Footbeat, the CLEAR program, as well as the captain's tables in developing that trust that has now evolved into what you see right here.
He's been working for LAPD for about 34 years, and he still has the same passion that I remember him having when he was younger. His work ethic, his attitude, just the way he carries himself. He's very proud of his job, and that's something that I can look up to.
When I joined the police department, the highest ranking Asian was a lieutenant, which is 1 bar. For an organization that had been around for over 100 years, it was a little bit astonishing to me that Asians had not been able to rise up through the ranks and assume positions of leadership. We have an Asian female helicopter pilot right now, a sergeant. We have Asians on the SWAT team. We have Asians that ride horses in the equestrian team. We have Asians in leadership positions as senior lead officers. The LAPD that you see today is a much, much different place than it was when I came on. As a parent, I think you breathe a sigh of relief when your kids are growing up and you realize they've gotten through the formative years without any issues. I think one of the proudest moments I had was I got to pin his badge on him, and it was my old badge number.
It was like a very intimate moment for both of us. For him to see his son finish the academy was a really proud moment for him and for myself as well. Whatever path it may be in the Los Angeles Police Department, I'm proud to carry on his legacy.
Those of us that are on the department now stand on the strong shoulders of those that came before us, and they stand on the shoulders of those that came upon them. Looking back, there was a lack of planning on the part of the police department. And I look back at where we are 30 years later and how our workforce changed. We really diversified the workforce, and I believe we reflect more of the community, and we're not going to let the relationship with the community ever get like that again. When our careers are over, nobody remembers what position we were in or what we did, but they always remember, oh yeah, you know what, that guy, he treated me fairly and treated me well. That's all I would hope to be remembered for, is just somebody that treated people well and was a good person. That would be all I would hope for when it's my time to leave this department.
I want to throw out a quick comment. You might have noticed there's a little bit of lag between the sound and the video. I think that was because we might be live streaming, but that won't be the case once it goes public. But yeah, any questions?
Well done. Well done from Commissioner Ewell. For Kathy. Any other comments? Manny, anything to add? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be back in a little bit for video number 2.
While Manny does a little housekeeping on chairs here, we will now have a panel discussion regarding the potential gaps in serious misconduct definitions. Professional Conduct Central Bureau Chief Brian South will introduce the panel objectives and the panelists once we have chairs in our intimate little hearing room here. Brian, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. As the Executive Director stated earlier, we are about 18 months in, and POSAD, the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, has received a lot of cases, and we've reviewed quite a bit of underlying conduct of peace officers in the reports that have been submitted by agencies. At times, there have been some instances where we've realized that the underlying conduct that was reported was just not something Post could take action on, given the statutory definitions and authority. And so it's been an ongoing discussion, certainly within the division, and we thought it would be a good time to have an opportunity to discuss any perceived gaps with the commission and several guest panelists, but also to see what at Post we can be doing better moving forward in addressing these cases. So I'm very pleased to introduce our guest panelists, and we appreciate them coming and assisting us with this discussion. The first is Chief Jason Salazar with Visalia PD. Chief Salazar was appointed Chief of Police of the Visalia Police Department on February 17, 2015. Chief Salazar began his career with the Visalia Police Department in 1993 as a community services officer and was hired as a police officer in 1996. He has held every rank over the course of his 30-plus years with the Visalia Police Department and served in a variety of assignments. He is also a graduate of the Los Angeles Police Department's West Point Leadership Program, the PERF Senior Management Institute at Boston University, and California Post Command College. Chief Salazar is also actively involved in the community as a member of the Rotary Club of Visalia and as a member of the State of California Post Advisory Committee, as was stated earlier. He's also an executive board member for the International Police Chiefs Association Mid-Size Agencies Division and serves on the executive board for the California Police Chiefs Association. Welcome and thank you, Chief. Our second panelist is Chief Andrew White with the Martinez Police Department. Chief White has served as the Martinez Chief of Police since January 3rd, 2023. He previously served as the Clear Lake Police Chief since 2018, and his experience also includes a stint as Clear Lake's acting finance director for about a year. He serves on the State of California 911 Advisory Board as an appointee of Governor Newsom and represents the California Peace Officers Association on the California Law Enforcement Telecommunications Advisory Committee. Chief White was an instructor in the basic police and dispatch academies at Napa Valley College for 15 years. And prior to joining Clear Lake in 2018, Chief White worked at the Sassoon City Police Department for 16 years in numerous capacities and assignments as he moved up the ranks. And thank you, Chief, for being here as well. And our last guest panelist is Sheriff Eric Taylor. Sheriff Taylor is the Sheriff Coroner of San Benito County. He was most recently assigned as a captain and commander of the Operations Division and has previously overseen the Administrative Division. In addition, Sheriff Taylor is a founding member of the Family Impact Center with First Five San Benito, is a Hollister Rotarian, and a director for the San Benito Saddle Horse Show and Rodeo. Sheriff Taylor draws on his experience from the Watsonville Police Department, where he was a patrol officer, corporal, gang detective, task force member, patrol sergeant, and detective sergeant. And once again, we thank all the panelists for being here for this discussion, and I'll turn it over to Chair Long to moderate.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, gentlemen, for being here. The creation of the misconduct definition, as everyone here knows, has been a prime focus of the commission. And as we gain more experience with SB2 cases, we want to be sure we stay on top of the definition, mindful that perfection is not of this world and that fine tuning is always in order. After more than a year of case reviews, Post staff believe there are cases where underlying conduct was not actionable given the statutory definitions. Cited examples include neglect of duty, dereliction of duty, failure to supervise, failure to act, duty to act, non-documentation of use of force, and negligence. Another cited example is the dishonesty definition is not all-encompassing, unlike most agency policies. So thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to share your expertise with us today. We have 3 prompts, which we have shared with you in advance, and which we will now ask you to discuss in order. The first 2 really kind of run together, so however you choose to do so. Have you identified cases that don't quite fit the definition of serious misconduct, but are nonetheless cases that Post should be able to review, you believe, under the provisions of SB2? Second, do you have any ideas about what, if anything, should be included in a broader serious misconduct definition to address these perceived gaps? And finally, then, as Brian alluded to, what could the commission and Post staff do to be more helpful to local law enforcement in carrying out the requirements of SB2 and decertification? All yours, gentlemen.
I'll start it off. Thank you, Commissioner, for having us to hear us on this panel. I'll start my comments off first by stating that SB2 has obviously been a very heavy lift for post staff, but also for the commission. And I will say we have had nothing but positive interaction with the post staff. So any of my comments that I make in regards to this are really just about how the law is defined more so than it is. The staff have been fantastic to work with and are doing a difficult job and doing a great job at that. They've communicated well and so on. So I'd like to start by stating that. I do have some personal experience with an SB2 case that we submitted that was not moved forward for decertification that I can comment on. But one of the things I will say that I think, and I believe you're going to receive a report later today, that will show some more statistics on SB2 data. I think the good thing to know is that, there was a lot of, as we were coming into SB2, a lot of hesitancy, a lot of unknowns by law enforcement agencies as to how this would play out. And I think as you're 18 months into it, we've all had the opportunity to hear how the commission deliberates on these items, how post staff is addressing those. And I think I feel confident that it's being handled in a manner that's respectful of our profession, protecting those officers who are out there doing the right thing and doing a good job, but dealing with those who are a problem. But I also think there's some things we could do better. And I think the data will also show, however, though, even though there are some cases that do not meet the standards on SB2 for decertification, I think what you see is chiefs and sheriffs, as I think most of us believed was the case, are doing their jobs and taking care of the problem folks on our staff. So I did have a case that involved dishonesty with an officer. Post staff elected not to bring it forward for decertification, and it really had to do with the definition of dishonesty as well as the clear and convincing standard. I will preface it with that, as we get further into comments, I don't know that I would change anything with regards to the clear and convincing standard. I think this is a big decision that the commission takes to decertify someone from ever holding a position. I think it requires a high standard to do that. So I'm not suggesting any change there. However, in this case of dishonesty, this involved an officer, and I'll try and be brief with the explanation, but this officer was involved in a traffic collision, and we believe that he wasn't being truthful about how this collision occurred. When we conducted an internal affairs investigation, we did determine that he was not honest in how the collision had occurred. And how he reported it to his supervisor and ultimately reported it in a police report. During the time of that IA, he was involved in a second traffic collision. And in that second traffic collision, he damaged his patrol vehicle. It was a single vehicle collision in a parking lot. He created significant damage to a patrol vehicle. He then left the scene, drove about a mile away on a flat tire, but it wasn't just a flat tire. The rim was damaged. The tire was completely shredded. The side of the car was damaged. He drives a mile away, says it was at that point he realized something was wrong with his car. He calls for a tow truck, or he calls dispatch, asks for a tow because he had the flat tire. The supervisor fortunately drives to this location to see what was going on. When he gets there, he realizes this is a lot more than a flat tire. This officer had been involved in a collision. The officer says he has no idea what happened to his car. He says maybe he ran over a palm frond, which is not feasible to cause that kind of damage. So the sergeant looks at the GPS to see where the officer had been prior to that. He goes back to where an officer had been sitting in a parking lot. He finds the scene of the collision. The officer again says, I have no idea how it happened. Later in the IA, it turns out he admits that when he was in the parking lot and driving away, he hit the curb there, got out and looked, said he saw no damage, and so he drove away, and then a mile later has a flat tire. It was pretty clear that he was lying. He even admits in the IA that he was worried. He had already had one collision. He was worried about what was going to happen with discipline on the second. So in our position, we felt it was clear he'd had two traffic collisions that he was dishonest about. And fairly significant types. He lied to his supervisors. He lied in a report. We ended up terminating this officer. But the definition of dishonesty in SB2, however, really limits the type of dishonesty. So because this wasn't dishonesty in a criminal case, or something that was being submitted for review at a DA's office. It didn't meet the definition of SB2. And while I understand that, I do think, and I have talked with other chiefs who have other examples of dishonest, where we believe the officer was certainly dishonest. We dealt with the issue proactively and aggressively because we don't want it to lead to a position where they are dishonest in a material case. And in this case, you know, you've done it on 2 different occasions. I certainly don't believe this officer should continue as a police officer, and I know he's still continuing to seek employment. And so that's just one example, and I have another I can come back to at some point, but I'd like to give them an opportunity to share as well.
Thank you for having us here today. I too have nothing but, yes, Eric Taylor, San Benito County Sheriff. So I appreciate the invitation, Manny, for us to be here, and I get to see some of my friends here, which is nice. But I'll just preface this. Congratulations to our new commissioners that are in a different spot than as a department head. And I will just assure you that I don't know about my colleagues here, but I never imagined that I was going to be a department head or an elected sheriff for that matter. It just is a thing that I just ended up and I'm here and I'm grateful, but it's a heavy lift when you're a department head to make some of these decisions. And I've had to make some recent decisions on people that I care very much about, and I was actually very close with prior to becoming the department head. And so I'm very appreciative of Post by making this process, maybe for lack of a better term, a little difficult, or really giving the benefit of the doubt to the officer or the deputy. And I with like Chief here, one of my biggest concerns is with the dishonesty definition. When I came up through Watsonville Police Department, Chief Medina taught us that if you could do a lot of things, but if you lie, you're done. And we were always taught to just give it up, fess up to what you've done, and we can work through that. But if you ever mislead me or you lie, you don't deserve this profession. And so I too have had a case where there was a blatant lie that I actually took action on, which stirred up a lot of stuff in our community, which then a review of security camera systems showed that it never happened, not even close to what was told to us by the employee. But because no action was taken against the person, that there was not a criminal case filed, it didn't meet the definition of dishonesty being material in a case. But it stirred up, and it was really a rough spot for our office to go through to try to mend relationships with the community, because I acted on the word of the deputy, which then ended up being an absolute lie. And so I would hope that as we move forward, that the definition of dishonesty is more inclusive of things like the chief is saying, like you have these situations where deputies or police officers are just blatantly lying about what's going on in their professions. And then we have to take action against them. And if for some reason through arbitration, they keep their job or you terminate them and they go apply somewhere else, we know that we have people that are dishonest on the street. And then just looking across the country, you see a lot of times where peace officers are doing stuff incorrectly, using excessive force, being racially biased. And then the media will come out and say, you know, they had 10 complaints against them. They had 15 complaints against them, and the department or the office did nothing about it. And I believe in the Peace Officer Bill of Rights. I believe in the protections that it provides our police officers. I have I believe, a phenomenal relationship with my staff, but I demand integrity in our office, and I demand them to do the job correctly. And I demand that if they're not going to do that, they don't get to work for our office. And when we come across, and again, I hate to just harp so much on the dishonesty, but it's just such an important thing for me to make sure that potentially this commission can look at broadening that definition. The other thing with the definitions is the excessive force definition. So in this case that I'm talking about, technically there was excessive force because a small amount of force was used that was absolutely unnecessary. And so we really were and this is prior to us knowing that it was a dishonesty case. But had I not taken the actions that I did, which led to us looking at video, which led to all these other things, I would have never known that the dishonesty occurred, but the force had occurred. And I think that, and I know like this is what Manny and I have had a lot of talks about and stuff about just understanding what that definition is of excessive force and what the commission is looking for. Because in one example, a deputy sheriff pushed somebody that was doing nothing wrong. They were just standing there. And he just pushed them and didn't injure them. But technically, that was excessive force. If you want to just say, are we supposed to report that? Because a deputy put hands on somebody that what he wasn't supposed to put hands on, but there was no injury, there was no complaint, there was no case filed, but we saw it on video. So I would like personally for me to see that definition more clear as to what are we looking for with excessive force, because for those of us in the room that have been use of force instructors, you know, force starts with your presence. It goes through light touch, and you have all these different types of force that can be used. And if you're putting hands on someone and it turns out you weren't supposed to do that, I think that that's excessive force. Is that enough to be decertified? I don't think so. But I think we're compelled to then report those things, which then affects the morale of the staff, because now they're going to be afraid to put hands on people. Because if someone says that there's any type of excessive force, which is the way I read it, personally, the way I read it is just excessive force. And so anytime someone comes in and complains of excessive force, I feel like we're compelled to report that. And what I can tell this commission and the public, my fear is we're going to have peace officers that are afraid to do anything, and then people are going to start getting hurt. So that's the other thing I would like to see, that definition cleared up a little bit. And then the other thing that I've talked a little bit about is, what do we do with sustained allegations that get turned over by an arbitrator for maybe a technicality in the process? Maybe the material facts of the case aren't are being questioned. So maybe we know that this event happened. And again, I came in, I was handed a case that when I took over as sheriff, where an arbiter had made what I feel is a poor decision. And so I was left with this employee that I really didn't know what to do, because the allegations were sustained. And so that was my question for Manny quite often, like, since it's the arbitrator is reversing the discipline, just the discipline, do we still have a sustained violation, and does the commission still take action on that? And that's a thing that I think is confusing for us. So I'll pass it off to my colleague, because I'm a politician. I talk too much.
Good morning, Andrew White, Chief of Martinez Police Department. Thank you to the commissioners for having us here to talk through this. I would echo the thoughts, I think, regarding dishonesty, and talking to other chiefs. The definition is relatively nuanced. I think that it creates opportunities where there are cases that I think people would agree this person shouldn't be within law enforcement, but it doesn't fit that technical definition that's in there. So I think there's an opportunity to continue to look at that and look at the cases coming in and see how that might need to be reworked. On the other side, though, I would caution you as far as continuing to expand the net. A good example is like on the use of force, where it's just excessive force and it doesn't provide any context in terms of what exactly is being looked at. I think a challenge is that, you know, what's our real goal and objective? Our goal and objective is to ensure that we have police officers that are out in the field doing a very difficult job, but that there's a level of accountability for what's described as serious misconduct. So with that said, I think a challenge is making sure that if that net is so wide, posts will continue to get inundated with cases that just merely meet a definition on an allegation level, and somewhere buried within there, despite the best efforts to prioritize, et cetera, very serious cases may not be dealt with. In talking with other department heads and so forth that are dealing with different situations, I think one thought maybe that's a little bit outside the box is to look at maybe a catch-all that's based less on the allegation piece, but more on what the outcome is. In other words, it's fairly difficult to get terminated for a non-probationary officer in the state of California in most cases. With that said, maybe there's an opportunity to say that within the list of serious misconduct definitions, that one of them is actions that results in termination. And maybe there's some threshold that it has to get past Skelly or so forth, that those may be cases that, you know, if it came out publicly or otherwise, maybe something where the commission may agree, yeah, this person's certification should be revoked. I think the alternative of adding a bunch more definitions could really just muddy the waters, because you're pulling stuff in. And I agree, there is a counterpart that I think we all know, that being a police officer is very, very difficult. And not really knowing, you know, what things may rise to that serious misconduct becomes very difficult. So that may be something to think about. I don't know the logistics involved, if it's a legal issue, because it is all based upon allegations. But overall, it seems concerning. The other side, though, that I will say is with the, you know, issues we'll say that exist in some of the definitions. I did watch the last post commission where it came before you, several cases, and I think that your processes were very thoughtful, and I think balanced out a lot of different competing interests. So I would say that there's always going to be defects in the exact regulations, and that's where, you know, the people of the state of California rely upon you all and the advisory board that reports to you to make good decisions. And I think so far, it seems that it actually has been working out well within that. So that would be my comments regarding the definitions, and I'll hold comments on the other question.
Yeah, why don't you guys keep going? If anyone wants to interject with comments or questions, please raise your hand. We'll certainly do that. But I guess, Jason, we would move more towards, for example, you're talking more about the dishonesty holes. Do you have what type of additions would you see?
I think, like Jason Salazar, the one thing that we see right now is, as Chief White mentioned, it is very nuanced. So it has to be in relation to like a material case. So basically is dishonesty that relates to if an officer is involved in a criminal investigation. I just think that is a little too narrow in scope, because when if I look at what I think the intent of SB2 is to try and prevent those incidents from happening. And so, you know, as the sheriff said, that integrity and that honesty is a very key point. In my case, you have an officer that, you know, damaged property that belongs to the city. He lied to a supervisor. He ultimately makes reports and lies about that. While it was not involved in a criminal investigation, you know, as a chief, I sit there and say, what else has he lied about? It was a traffic accident. All he had to do was say, I was involved in a traffic accident. I'm sorry. He's probably going to get in trouble. But would he have lost his job for it? Not likely at that point. So, you know, I think, you know, when we look at what SB2 intends to do is to keep those types of officers out of our profession, because they cause irreparable harm to our profession. And so I think some broadening of that definition of dishonesty to include, you know, something along the lines of the example that I've given, or that Sheriff Taylor have given, I think would important. And, you know, I've had a number of conversations with other chiefs who have expressed some of the same frustration, where they've had a dishonesty allegation, or they've found that an officer lied. They've terminated or taken serious discipline, and it doesn't meet this very specific definition of dishonesty, and there's some frustration there. So, you know, I know there's more examples that you could have from other chiefs that feel similarly. I know I've had at least a couple in my county, some from other counties throughout the state. So I think that is one area. You know, as Chief White mentioned, and I think the dereliction of duty was one term that was used. And, you know, I have an example where an officer, we conducted an internal affairs investigation and into a complaint that we received in one specific incident. But when we investigated that one specific incident, we started looking at a broader scope of activities this officer ended up being involved in, and found that there was an absolute dereliction of duty. He failed to take a report on a sexual report call that he blew off. And then we found, as we went through and did a further investigation, he had done this on another occasions. There were a number of occasions where he actually took evidence that he didn't document in a report or book. But his actions didn't meet the definitions of one of the 9 categories of serious misconduct. I think you'll have some difficulty, I think, finding a good definition for dereliction of duty, but I do like the suggestion from Chief White something that a non-probationary officer is terminated, maybe there's a reason to look at what that cause is to be reviewed for decertification. But again, in this case, when you look at the scope of this, and I won't go into great detail on this other example I'm giving, but the scope of it was disturbing. And again, as an officer who completely failed to uphold the duties of his badge, of his profession, of his oath, and was willful in doing so and just doesn't belong in the profession. That officer, is employed elsewhere now, and I think that's a problem. And SB2, I think, was the intent of it was to keep that from happening, and it didn't happen because it didn't fit one of those specific categories. So again, dereliction of duty is the example I'm given. I think it's a little hard to come for the commission, maybe to come up with a good definition of what that be, because of what that would be. But I do like Chief White's suggestion.
And then for me, Eric Taylor, Sheriff of San Benito County. I truly believe that discipline is to correct behavior. I think there's some extreme cases where discipline is punitive, but really, in our office, we always honestly try to handle everything at the lowest level. We use progressive discipline. We understand that people make mistakes. We're not perfect. We just ask our staff to own up to their mistakes so we can get better. But I do truly believe that discipline is to correct behavior. And so I appreciate that this commission is taking this so seriously and not just yanking certifications left and right because it feels good or because we think that that's what we should be doing. So I appreciate the process being really scrutinizing the process, like Chief Salazar was saying. But I will add that there are these cases that are outliers that I do think that someone can be terminated for making a mistake or doing something incorrectly, and that can correct behavior and they can still continue in the profession. I do believe that that's true, and I think that is appropriate in some cases. But I think what I'm really worried about is these bigger cases that it just doesn't feel right as a department head or a leader of an office to have this person wearing a uniform still based on what you know that they've done. And when it doesn't fit into and again, we don't want, I didn't come here today to hope that you add now 12 categories or we're trying to go after cops and take their certificates away. That's not my intent of being here. But I've just had some things that keep me up at night thinking about, is this person going to go work somewhere else because they either resigned in lieu of, or they don't work for me anymore, or because we got, in my opinion, a bad arbitrator that made a poor decision based on emotion, not fact. So, I mean, I'm sure the three of us can sit here and tell you story after story after story, but one of the things that I would also like the commission to consider is, I don't know exactly where fitness for duty fits into this. But I think when we're really looking at the mental health of our peace officers and what's going on with some of them and the way that I know that my county had a really hard time with dealing with anything related to fitness for duty evaluations. But I do think that if we send a deputy or a police officer out for a fitness for duty evaluation and they're found to be unfit, I think that needs to be looked at personally, because that's not, I mean, we disqualify people in the hiring process if they're not fit. They haven't even been in the job yet. So I don't know if that would fit into anything here or, but that's just I don't want to get into specifics, but I just know of cases where people were not fit for duty anymore and then they resigned. And there's nothing to say that they can't go to somewhere else. Hopefully a thorough background is done. Hopefully that comes up somewhere, but that's the thing that worries me when people are mentally unfit to do this job, but they continue on somewhere else. And then the other thing would be, if we have deputies or police officers that are arrested for a crime, and in our county, there's not a lot of follow through in the court system. It's a frustration of mine. As a matter of fact, I've been invited to go speak in front of the State Office of Public Defender because of the issues we're having in our county with our court system. But when somebody gets arrested for a crime and the crimes, they've been held to answer, but that they plea out to a very lesser charge that really doesn't have to do with dishonesty. The example I'll give is a deputy sheriff is arrested for domestic violence, taken to jail, held to answer for domestic violence, and through the court process, they plea it down to a 415, not domestic violence related. Well, our case shows that they were arrested and a sustained allegation of domestic violence. But by the time it comes to you, they were terminated because they, we had this sustained allegation of domestic violence, but now it's been pled out to a misdemeanor 415. What do you do with that? And so, yeah, I'll move on to the next, because I'll keep talking.
Andrew White, my other thought that you may consider as you look at all this is I've always found it interesting that the requirement under serious misconduct refers to just excessive force. And anybody who's been in police work, and particularly as an administrator, realizes there's quite a few variations of that. In other words, much like in definition 1 about dishonesty, there's a mandate to the commission to consider to the extent of which the dishonesty relates to a material or significant fact. I think in the broad blanket is, do they really need every allegation of excessive force, or should it be ones where, in other words, I think what can sometimes happen is agencies may look at a case and before, I think it was common to refer to, there's an improper force versus there's a straight up excessive force, and to allow that sort of variation within there. But I find it interesting that there's no requirement about not reporting a use of force. The penal code was added in there about reporting it. I think there's issues within that because it doesn't really define like what level you mentioned, like somebody bumps up against something versus actually utilizing force. And one thing to consider is that if force isn't reported, you may very well not be able to prove an excessive force case, et cetera, even though there may be an underlying issue. So it would never come before, even if it's a case that results in termination, et cetera. So that's something that I think of within it. Again, notwithstanding what gaps may be in there, I think the commission has shown that you are considering those facts in the cases that you've gotten, and of course at the staff level. Thank you.
Let me ask Toby to say a few words here, just as we're talking about the potential solutions and what can be done. Maybe Toby, you could address just a little bit about what we can and can't do, what would require statutory fix, commission action, and so forth.
Certainly, William Darden. So these issues that you're discussing obviously have been issues that we've been struggling with, and as counsel for the division, we deal with these issues every day. The problem is the legislature handed us this statute, and there are certain things that we can change and can add to the regulation. There are certain things that we can't. So one of the problems, for instance, Chief Salazar, you were mentioning the clear and convincing evidence standard. We couldn't, and I understand you weren't saying we should change it, but we couldn't change it even if we wanted to. The legislature would have to make a change because the legislature's mandated that. We could certainly on dishonesty amend that definition to add to the legislative definition, because the legislature told us with SB2 that we can define serious misconduct and it includes but is not limited to what the legislature has prescribed, but we can add to it. And so on dishonesty, for instance, if we want to have that discussion, I think it's a good one. We would need to look at a number of factors such as, well, what if somebody lies on their timesheets? That's not currently covered. What if it's some sort of an off-duty act? What kind of a nexus would there have to be to, what if it's just, lying to your sergeant in the field about whether or not you check the backseat of the patrol car, something like that. So we'd have to flesh that out, but we certainly could do that. The issue with excessive force is a little bit more difficult, and that's because the legislature, although it's quite vague, has described the category as physical abuse, including but not limited to the excessive or unreasonable use of force. Now, we could define physical abuse. That's certainly within our power, and it might be that if we look at that in some detail, we can tried to define physical abuse in a way that takes some of these things into consideration. we'd have to be careful because the legislature has already said that excessive force is serious misconduct. So we'd have to be very careful that we're not doing anything that would write that out of the statute by means of our regulation, because we'd get challenged and we wouldn't be able to make that happen. The issues about I just wanted to address briefly the question about the sustained allegation from the arbitrator and whether or not that reversed the sustained finding or not. From our perspective, from Post's perspective, whether or not it's a sustained finding is not that important to us. We look at the claim, complaint, or charge, and then we look to see whether or not we believe there's clear and convincing evidence to support it. So what happens at arbitration generally is not that important to us, except that there is the possibility if there's an arbitrator's decision and it's based on a clear and convincing evidence standard, then there may be some preclusive value and we'd have to take that into account. But otherwise, what an arbitrator does generally is not that critical to us. We look at what was the charge of misconduct, and in light of that charge, do we believe the facts support it to a clear and convincing evidence standard? On the actions that include termination, that's very interesting because, of course, one of the things the statute does already is says that suspension or revocation is appropriate if the person has been terminated for cause from employment as a peace officer or has, while employed as an officer, otherwise engaged in serious misconduct. But the problem, as we've found it, is, and I think as you've identified, if it's simply based on an allegation and there has been no opportunity, obviously oftentimes an officer will be terminated and then will claim that the misconduct did not occur and wants the opportunity to challenge it. And so from a due process perspective, if we attempted to take action simply based upon a termination and the commission was interested in us pursuing that, we need to think very carefully about it in terms of at what point do we just allow an agency to make the decision to terminate it? And then what would we require to terminate the officer? And then what would we require on top of it to ensure due process before we just attempt to revoke certification? Lastly, but not leastly, on the fitness for duty is something we have thought about as well. And one of the things we think that would be helpful, that if there's a desire to do it, it would be helpful to have a legislative addition. Many licensing schemes permit licensing agencies, if there is an indication that a licensee is mentally or physically unfit, then the licensing agency can take the appropriate actions to request examinations and so forth to determine if the person is actually fit. We would have some trouble if we just tried to add a fitness for duty definition to our serious misconduct. We've tried that before, as Commissioner Gordon will remember. And that would not pass muster through the Office of Administrative Law. So we'd have to be very careful. But I completely agree with you. We have seen instances as well in which we understood that like a particular officer was mentally unfit, but there was no. That would be a good thing. Something that we could do at the post level. It would be helpful if we could get a legislative fix on that. So anyway, don't want to monopolize the conversation, but just we have to take into account in each one whether or not we can or we can't change it.
Commissioner Gordon?
I actually have a question for Toby. In the dishonesty section, as it reads right now, it says dishonesty relating to the reporting, investigation, or prosecution of a crime, or relating to the reporting of or investigation of misconduct by a peace officer. So my interpretation, and it's just my interpretation, is some of those examples would fall under that, such as I actually think the example that was given today is actually an example the commission should hear and already falls within the definition, because it doesn't just say for a crime, it says in relation to a misconduct investigation. And an officer who is involved in a traffic collision and doesn't report it, that is misconduct. That is a policy violation and a clear example of misconduct. So I just want clarification, because if that's not the way in which it's being handled by post staff, I think that's a discussion we should be having.
No, that is the way it's being handled. Now, I don't know the specific facts, and perhaps we should discuss it in much more detail on the record, and we can talk about it later. But no, Commissioner Gordon, the way we have been interpreting the statute is exactly as you described. The legislature was very specific. It's reporting, investigation, or prosecution of a crime or during an investigation of misconduct by a peace officer. So sometimes we have gotten into sort of factual questions as to, well, an officer lied, but the lie was about whether or not the traffic collision occurred, for instance. And so that may not have been in the course of an investigation of misconduct, right? So in other words, if there's a traffic collision and you do an IA, and then in the IA, the person lies, that would be covered. But the question, there would be a legal question as to whether or not, for instance, if out in the field, there's a traffic collision and the officer says, no, hey, I think I went over a palm frond, whether or not that fit the definition. Again, because of the unfortunate specificity the legislature gave us on this one, which I'll remind everyone, the legislature just grabbed this from Senate Bill 1421, which was the Public Records Act statute, and put this in. So we can certainly expand it to take these things into account. But no, Commissioner Gordon, we have been interpreting it that way. I don't know the details on that. I'm happy to look into it. But if it's the dishonesty during the investigation of misconduct, it is serious misconduct. If it's during the investigation, prosecution, reporting of a crime, it is serious misconduct.
So I guess my recommendation would be for legal staff to come back for the next meeting with a more robust, because I think if we try to wordsmith it here,
Right.
that won't be helpful, because we know that then we also have to pass muster of the ALJ.
Of course. OAL.
So my recommendation would be is that legal staff come back for the November meeting to add a little more of this definition to address specifically, those concerns, because as a chief and a commissioner, I share those. So that would be my recommendation in terms of that piece. And for me, I'd like a little more of what our options would be in terms of the termination piece. Because most of us, including myself, have examples of that. So I do think talking about how, I know it's in the general definition, but how that could be spelled out a little more so that we could actually do reporting on those, and whether that is at the conclusion of all of an officer's remedies, whether that means they go to civil service or whatever those remedies are. Not just based on the department's determination of termination, but they have completed their legal remedies. That might be the right time, but that would be my recommendation, is how could we incorporate that into the definition?
I'd be more than happy on both of those to do that. What would be helpful from the full commission would be, as I go back and try to revise this definition of dishonesty, to know exactly how far you'd like us to go. In other words, in those instances I was talking about, if it's timesheet fraud or some other sort of dishonesty, if it's off-duty conduct, does there need to be a nexus? So what about statements like made to the sergeant in the field, so forth? So that would be helpful to me as we go back to try to revise a definition.
I think it may go back to the related to the material or significant, what it does to the case. For me, some of the things that are already within the definition kind of lay out the seriousness of it. It's not just a, accidental omission, or it's the repeated omission, as Chief Salazar was relating to. So that would be for me.
Commissioner Ewell.
Ewell, I'd like to second Commissioner Gordon's recommendation in the form of a motion.
I will second that motion.
You make a motion then, Commissioner? Specifically, can you clarify what the motion is, or maybe Commissioner Gordon would like to clarify a motion?
All right, let me take a stab at this.
Yeah.
So I think the motion would be to have legal staff come back at the November meeting with some examples of how we could expand or clarify the definition of dishonesty to include a broader depth of misconduct related to the material fact of a case or an officer's misconduct.
Perfect. And there's a second?
Second.
Is there a question about this before we call the roll? Is there objection to unanimous consent on Commissioner Gordon's essentially reporting motion? Seeing no objection to unanimous consent, the motion is approved, and we'll hear that information in November.
And then you also want us to look at the termination question as well. I'm happy to do that without a motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Nieto.
Commissioner Nieto.
I have a comment or a question, because I'm hearing the concerns of the sheriffs and the chiefs. And I know that we can only do so much as a commission and we have to have questions clarified. But isn't there also a possibility if this is a big issue on the dishonesty question, and I heard it more on the dishonesty side of it. Toby, you'd recommended that they could go back to the legislation on fitness of duty. If the chiefs groups or the sheriff's group also want to do that, could not they work with their legislator to expand that definition? It would take longer, but that is a possibility, correct?
Yes, absolutely. And just as a reminder, the one thing that we cannot do is we can't detract from the legislative definition, but we can add to the legislative definition. So we wouldn't have to go back for dishonesty, for instance. I think we could amend that to add additional information, and that would not be problematic. Certainly the fitness for duty and those sorts of statutes to permit us to do examinations and take action based on mental or physical fitness, that would require, I think, a legislative change, or that would be clearest if we got a legislative change.
And let me add, Toby, also in the jumping onto Commissioner Gordon's motion, you would also then you'll also report back in terms of Sheriff Taylor's request to, more definition on more tightly definition of excessive or unreasonable use of force as well. We'll just include that in the report.
Yes, absolutely. We can certainly do that and come back with a little bit better study of that and the extent to which we might be able to define physical abuse without undermining the legislative mandate. So we're happy to do that.
Commissioner Cooper, whatever we can do here is much better off than the legislature. It just takes time and it's just convoluted. And it's just, there are things that we can do, I think right now, as Commissioner Gordon said, that's under our purview right now that we aren't doing. I hear those issues, but if I'm watching at home right now, I think this is rampant. So I just want to stress this is not rampant. We deal with it. I've got a large agency. It's not every person, the majority of folks go out and do their job, but the ones that are doing these dumb things, obviously we don't want them employed. But on a scale for some of the viewers at home, is an issue, but not that big, not huge in some listeners' eyes.
Commissioner Brazil.
I just have a process question. So I'll use Chief Salazar as an example, and we decided the dishonesty doesn't meet the definition as we see it. Do we reach out to the agency before we come to a final conclusion and say, this is what we're thinking, what do you think, and have dialogue with them before we say we don't think it meets misconduct, or do we just say we're dropping the case?
Typically, we do have interaction with the agency. There's always going to be interaction because we're collecting all the documents and evaluating, what they've already done. And typically there is communication. It may not be exactly like, what do you want done per se, because we have our very specific criteria and burden of proof, but there is communication within the agency. And then even if we don't move forward, there may be communication with the agency head to sort of reach out and explain why they might be getting a no further action notice. And if I may, I just, might add a couple of things, because the definition is one thing, and I won't talk about specific case facts, particularly if any case might be open. But the reality is that clear and convincing standard is a critical piece as well. And so sometimes, on the agency side, the policy is very broad for dishonesty, right? And the preponderance of the evidence is a lower threshold than ours. And so there very well may be an instance where an agency determines, maybe even they feel like it meets the definition, and they feel like they have 51%, right? The preponderance of the evidence that violates their dishonesty policy, but we may not have clear and convincing evidence that it is in violation of our dishonesty definition, even though on its face, it may appear that, yeah, it's relating to the investigation of misconduct, but we're isolating very specific statements that the officers are making, and we have to prove that clear and convincing evidence, you know, in front of an ALJ if it goes to that point. So I just wanted to kind of emphasize that sometimes it's really the clear and convincing evidence threshold that can cause a case not to move forward.
Then I have a question for the chiefs and the sheriff. Are Cal chiefs and Cal sheriffs, are you guys tracking some of these things? I mean, it's great to have the panel here. I really appreciate the three of you being here. But are you looking at some of the nuances of legislation, potential fixes? The reason I ask that, and I'll give an example of what we're just talking about, is if we're identifying that we've got a higher threshold, right? We've got a clear and convincing versus preponderance of evidence. And you're seeing that maybe we're falling short in our IA investigations, that maybe we need to start asking a little bit different questions, a little bit more deep to get to that clear and convincing evidence. And I'm focusing on dishonesty because everybody knows you lie, you're done, right? But yet we're not able to pull people's certs back because we just aren't hitting that benchmark. Are you guys tracking it to give recommendations back to post that maybe we change our internal affairs classes, maybe we do something different to kind of raise that bar in the investigations?
Thank you, Commissioner Brazil. Jason Salazar, Vice LAPD. I can speak, I guess, on behalf of Cal Chiefs. We are tracking some of the progress of how it is, but you know, as was stated earlier, we're 18 months in. I think everybody's still kind of feeling out how the existing definitions are being applied, how SB2 is really having an impact. So I think there's still a process right now where I would say we're not actively at the point looking for legislation, or because I think we're still looking to see how it plays out and what needs to be fixed. You know, at least in my experience and in the discussions that I've had with other chiefs, the most glaring issue has been the dishonesty piece. I mean, if I hear a complaint from any chief about the application, it would come down to the dishonesty. And I think it sounds like there's a relatively accessible fix to that issue. The others I haven't heard so much of. Fitness for duty is one that's obviously come up, but nothing that is actively being done at the moment.
I'll just tell you, oh, go ahead. Okay. On the state sheriff side, I have some of my state sheriff's friends here today. And I think that one of the things that's been so great, and I believe one of the reasons, if not the reason I was asked to be here today by Manny, is because Manny shows up and gets 58 sheriffs chipping at him in these quarterly meetings. And he's very open, transparent. I know he had a performance review today, so I'm not trying to put my thumb on the scale, but I'll tell you, he's been more. Oh, sure. He's been a phenomenal ally, at least for me, because not only does he show up to all of our meetings, but then he allows us to pull him aside. And I think that, you know, we've had a lot of conversations, and just to talk a little bit what Sheriff Cooper said, I agree, this is not rampant in law enforcement in the state of California. And I agree that the two of you gentlemen that said you want to be on this is because California sets the standard. And I truly believe that. I worked for a number of years for the Axon Corporation, traveled all over the country with a bunch of cops. And I can tell you the California cops are better than anywhere else because of post and because of our training and because of our standards. And so some of us were here because we've just had these strange cases that at least for me, I've been bugging Manny about, you know, like what am I supposed to do with this? So that's a long-winded way to tell you that it is an ongoing conversation at the state sheriff's meetings, at our quarterly meetings. We do talk about these things. We have a roundtable every meeting, and we laugh because we have 5 quarterly meetings a year. But we do have representation. We talk about these things. Post has done multiple presentations on SBD, not only coming up to it, but since it's been implemented. And I appreciate that. And I hope you keep your job.
Andrew White, I'm not aware of any like formal effort, but I think in the discussion, you're exactly right that it's really a evolving thing. And quite frankly, I know a number of chiefs who are literally waiting to see what was a commission going to do with that first set of cases, so that we knew on our decision-making side, because obviously now, you know, you make the right decision because it's the right thing to do, but it does add another element to figure out, well, wait, what's the commission going to do? Particularly when some of these definitions are really wide. And it's like the excessive force ones comes to play is you can have somebody engaging in a lawful contact using lawful force, but somewhere within there, something goes a little bit wrong, right? And we should be able to hold the person accountable. But I think one of the concerns is automatically they're going to be decertified. And I think what we've shown is that that's not the case. It's going to be looked at holistically. And I will say that, you know, to the staff level from the executive director on down, I haven't found a single person that won't answer a call to explain or walk us through it or hear critical feedback. And I think at the Police Chiefs Association, I believe the last 2 years, they've actually come and done presentations and tried to explain, here's how we think it's going to work. I mean, starting with the rollout, but then, hey, here's how it's going. Here's what issues we're seeing. I think the real challenge is as these cases work their way through, in particular as ones go all the way through to, you know, administrative law judge review, is some of these nuances in the law and the construction are really going to come to play. Like in the dishonesty has a bunch of good information about concealing misconduct, but it's the legal construction, there's issues with the first few words in there. So you have all that stuff in there and you think, oh, it's covering all these things. But if you don't meet the elements on those, then you don't get to that next part of that section of the law.
So I have a follow-up question if I can, and not to put
Brazil.
not to put post staff on it, because I'm not committing that they would do this. But do you think there'd be value, and I'm strictly focusing on the dishonesty thing, right? Because I think that's a little bit easier one to push forward. Do you think there'd be value in the post legal side of the house holding training sessions or information sessions for IA investigators, city attorneys, and county councils that handle discipline cases to say, here's what we're seeing, here's the difference in the bar between clear and convincing and preponderance of evidence, and here's some things that you might want to do when you see dishonesty so we get a better case, basically. Because I'm a big fan of you on dishonesty, and same thing with that Commissioner Cooper said. These are isolated cases, but they're so important to us in the profession that we focus on those small number of cases, right? That's the importance we value in being truthful, is to holding a little training session and say, here's the difference, and letting lawyers talk to lawyers because they're the ones processing it, but also to the investigators to say, here's the extra questions you might want to ask that gets us to that threshold in the investigations, or even at the supervisor school or something. Would that add value? And do you think people would actually come?
Andrew White, I think that from a policy making standpoint of the commission, to make sure, and maybe there's already the case, but the you know, specifications for those courses should have to have that incorporated in there about dealing with SB2 issues. So as courses come up for recertification, to really make sure that's in there and that they understand, because I think it's important on both sides. It's important that the officer gets a fair shot in an investigation, but also too that the public does in the agency. As far as I know, you know, I think anybody that's asked for them to come, they've been willing to come out and talk. There probably is an opportunity as places deal with some of these cases, you know, to expand more. So I think it would be a good thing, but I would say particularly is make sure it's a requirement of those outlines or whatever process is there that's covered. And I agree too, you brought up supervisor school, like that's important too, because they're likely going to be the first ones dealing with a case that could go one way or another. The other thing is I think they're the advocates to try to prevent this in the first place, right? Is to educate the officers out there to say, hey, here's where you're getting close to that line. Don't go there. If they understand exactly what's in the legislation. So.
And just to go ahead. I appreciate, not that it matters, but I agree with what you just said. I do think the supervisor school is imperative to have it in there, because one of the things that Commissioner Gordon was talking about was like, you know, with Chief Salazar's example is that, you know, maybe that was material. Well, the majority of people that I've come across, almost everybody I've worked with in my profession, I think are good people. I've only seen a couple bad apples in my entire career in 2 agencies and 2 counties. But the bad ones, they're tough. They're tough to get rid of. And POBAR, trust me, it's pretty solid, right? And so those are the ones that scare me a little bit, is like once this rolls out. So on one side, I don't want cops running scared that if I put my hands on someone and they claim excessive force, I'm now going to be reported to the state. It's going to be on a website. I'm going to be investigated. We can't have, in my opinion, we can't have that level of hesitation on our street cops, because people are going to get hurt. And it's an unfair with rapidly evolving situations and split-second decisions, it's really hard to figure that out, which is why I'm not looking to broaden the definition of excessive force. I'm actually looking to narrow it down a little bit to make sure that we're really looking at the bad cases of excessive force. So that's thing one for me. Thing two is, if we do say that it's only dishonesty, like, for instance, the way I read it is like if it's during an IA interview or during a process of someone looking into misconduct, then if I lied and I know I lied and you caught me, I'll just resign. Now, I didn't lie during the IA process because I just submitted resignation. And I'm going to go on to the next place because I know I lied, you know I lied, but it's not material to a case. Why on earth am I going to go to that IA interview? I'll just resign and go apply somewhere else. That's what I'm worried about, is those few and far between people slipping through the cracks.
Salazar, I would agree with both of their comments. I think there's value in the training. I will say this though too, but whether it's been Manny or Anne Marie or Brian, I mean, they come to our chiefs meetings, they come to our county chiefs workshops. I think Post has done an excellent job in communicating what's happening with us, and with that we learn because it continues to evolve and grow. And as you know, I think it's kind of like a pixelating picture, right? As we move on and see more cases, the picture is getting a little bit clearer for us to understand how it's applied and what we do. But I think the training is important. I agree with the updates and the IA training. I believe Post is working on an internal affairs guidelines, which I think will be very valuable to law enforcement, and especially for the staff that are reviewing these cases, to get some standards in place so that they see some more consistency in those investigations. But absolutely with supervisors on twofold. For one, so that they have a better understanding of what serious misconduct is and they know how to identify it and address it. But I think, to Sheriff Taylor's point too, it's important, as I mentioned in the beginning, when SB2 started, there was a lot of angst about how this is going to impact law enforcement. And I think as it moves on down the road, it gets a little bit less because we see how it's being applied and we see what the real picture looks like. So it's just as important that those supervisors have a good understanding of what it is so they can be better leaders, but also support and help people understand we support you to go out and do your job. Just do it well. And the reality is, as Sheriff Cooper said, these are just a handful of cases. And for the most part, our folks are doing a very good job in very difficult situations, and we want to be able to support them too. So I would absolutely support the training and send folks.
Executive Director Alvarez, I think you were looking to add
Thank you,
to the
Chair.
conversation.
Manny Alvarez from Post, and I know I've moved, so I may not be on the screen. So just two things. One, we are finalizing, hopefully by the end of this year, the IA guidelines, which we don't have IA guidelines at this point at all. We've never done them, but we will have new IA guidelines coming out. Not necessarily in relation to SB2, but SB2 has been incorporated into those guidelines, as well as I believe it's AB 449, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I missed the number, but we've also been mandated by the legislature to provide guidance on how to conduct bias investigations, so that we have a year to do that. I believe it's 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So we are working through those guidelines and also trying to incorporate the possibility to, as we've developed those, a training curriculum for how to conduct IAs. So that hopefully will be before you shortly, perhaps in November, if not by March. Second, I don't want to throw a wrench in everything, but I throw this out as a discussion that you all had probably about a year, maybe 18 months ago. Something that I initially was, I don't want to say opposed because obviously I don't vote, but I questioned whether it was necessary. You all had a discussion about an overarching definition, and you spent a lot of time creating an overarching definition. I don't want to say on suitability, but it was basically, hey, should this person be a peace officer? And I think you guys spent hours doing it. And it was, I'm looking at some of the commissioners here who's like, yeah, I told you. And when you ultimately voted, it was almost 50-50. It was very, very close. I don't know if that would kind of solve some of these issues that we've talked about today. But obviously, we still have the draft language of that overarching definition, should it ever need to come back. But I throw that out as also a possibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Yule?
Well, I don't think it was even 50-50 when the final vote was taken, and I said then, and I'll say it now, we will redress this issue, and I think we're seeing the beginnings of it now. And it's not to be disciplinarian on anyone, it's just the sheriff stated it best for me, where individuals have the opportunity to still go from one department to another and disrupt the credibility and the character of those departments, especially those departments who are struggling with recruiting and can just lateral people in. And I think we're at that point now to revisit this issue.
Additional comments?
The only other thing that my staff wanted me to share is so when you come from a small rural resource poor county like San Benito, which is not San Bernardino, folks, it's up in Northern California, Central Coast kind of. But we exist, but we pretty much just discovered that computers are a thing. So we're getting to learn that. So the interface of uploading documents has been difficult for my staff with our antiquated things and the systems. Our own systems don't even talk to each other. So I'm working on that. But some of their issues where it's difficult to sometimes upload all this data. And then there was, at least on the system side, my commander that uploads into the system says that he'll get a message saying received, and so he thinks everything's good, but then he'll get a follow-up message saying it's incomplete. And I don't know if that's just a communication issue for my staff, not understanding that we received what you sent, but they are taking that as it's complete. So I just think whatever the technological piece is that maybe, and I can probably assure you it's on our side, but we're not the only non-resource rich office and department in the state. So that's been a challenge for us.
And I can speak to that, Sheriff.
Just Brian
South. Our Intake and Disposition Bureau receives those reports in directly when it's submitted in Mark 43, and they're more than happy to have one-on-one conversations, discussions with any of your users to work through some of those issues, because particularly when we first started, there was quite a bit of that. And so we want to be accessible and available to work through those. So please feel free to reach out. You can reach out directly to me as well. We can connect your staff. And that goes for any agency.
And just to qualify that statement, again, post staff has been phenomenal to deal with. You answer the phone, you answer our emails, you answer the calls. You walk us through things, and extremely appreciative of that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just a question for
Director Alvarez.
Manny Alvarez. Brian, is the issue that the information is uploaded and there's an auto email or some reply that says, hey, we've received it, but the Intake and Disposition Bureau, they start going through it. We're missing this document or we're missing that document before they send it over to review. I know that there's constant dialogue back to the department. Do you think that's part of that issue?
Yeah. Okay. It's been reduced over time as agencies and our staff have gotten used to the platform and sort of the communication methods. Mark 43 does automatic notifications in a lot of instances. But what we've kind of gone to is doing more of the email kind of specific reach out and connect and get on the phone instead of always going through, the automatic communication through Mark 43. We just get on the phone with the agency and work through it. Sometimes it's one minor thing that's replicated, and so if we can kind of talk to the agency and work through it, then it makes it smoother moving forward.
Andrew White, I'm not sure, are we moving on to question 3 or?
Yeah, I was going to say,
Okay.
we've
Okay.
kind of slid into 3, which is very appropriate here. Let's continue very much.
Sure. So I had, two things that I think are really important that one of them I believe has been mostly addressed. The second one I think still lingers out there, but if you read 13.510.9, which is included in SB2, it talks about the disclosure of the information that gets reported from an agency to the commission. And as we all know, the vast majority of things that are being recorded are merely allegations that may end up being nothing, right? It's probably a very small percentage. In that section, it provides that the information is releasable to several different people, including the employing law enforcement agency, the subject officer, and then any law enforcement agency that's doing a background. It does provide in there that the information can be withheld from the subject officer, but there's no such exclusion to withhold it from an agency doing a background investigation. And so where I've seen this play out is you look to hire somebody who's coming over and they had some issue at another agency. Particularly, I think where this may come up most often is, say, a probationary release where the officer may have never been served with any paperwork or anything. They get released and then subsequently they get a notice of findings, but then they're denied access to the record. So in a case I dealt with, did the normal, what we're required by law is to request through post all information that they have. And we get back a summary that just says there's an allegation of serious misconduct. In my instance, the request was, we want all the information that's submitted because I happen to know exactly how the Mark 43 stuff gets reported. And I know that there's additional information that gets typed in that may not be reflected in the original investigation that we might see if we go to that agency to look at it. The second part is with the agency, anytime somebody gets separated from an agency, now we have to sign the official affidavit, right, that explains why they were separated. And so in that case, I had also requested that. It's my understanding now we will get those if we do it. So I think that matter is mostly resolved. But on the second one, though, I would just say, you know, the regulations over the years have continually increased to mandate, as they should, that agencies do full and comprehensive background investigations, which include visiting the agencies, actually looking at files and so forth. And so it seemed peculiar to me since this came up that the very oversight agency that we reach out to, you know, there's some concerns about releasing us stuff that's in Mark 43. I think it should be 100% of what's in there should be released to that agency. And the statute already provides protection that we can't obviously turn it over to the candidate. But there may be something in there that is a decision maker may say, you know what, I don't want to move forward with this, that may not be reflected in the files for various reasons. It could be that the agency, you know, just wants a person to move on, or, you know, in the favor of the officer, there may be stuff that there's questions about why they were released in the first place. And I really think particularly it's with probationary officers primarily, but anybody else, I just don't see why it should be withheld, particularly when the statute seems to indicate that was the very intent, is you should get access to it and you need to look at it. You need to look at all that volume of information that's available. Thank you.
I believe Chief Counsel Darden is itching to weigh in at this point.
Yeah, William Darden. This is something I feel the pain, and I completely understand how, in those circumstances, why a hiring agency would want access to that information. The problem is it's the way that we've interpreted the statute, the construction of the statute, that we feel like it's a problem with respect to the underlying IA. I completely agree with you that it makes sense. But of course, the one thing that we do have to be careful about, as you know, is that when we have this very sensitive material that has a lot of, you know, private information and sensitive information, we have to be careful about to whom we give access to that information. And so it's just it's just the way in which we have interpreted the requirement of the statute, which specifically says that the information that we're required to give is the information that's been reported pursuant to 13.510.9. And our view of the construction of the statute is that that doesn't include the IA. And you may be surprised to hear that, but it's just looking at the wording of the statute. There are certain things which the agencies are affirmatively required to report to us. The IA materials are materials that we then may request to inspect or review in order to process a serious misconduct complaint. But the information required to be reported is the claim, complaint, charge, or allegation, et cetera. So it's just our way, the way that we have interpreted, unfortunately, the construction of the statute. I support exactly, and I think, as you know, we're trying to, in those circumstances where this has occurred, we're trying to do a deeper dive and find a way to get you what you need. But we are struggling a little bit with the wording of the statute, and it's another example where I think it would help if we had a legislative fix to make it clear that that information could just be turned over. All the information, including the IA and all that confidential information, could be turned over.
Eric Taylor, San Benito County. I think that's only the first time I remember to tell you who I am. But I don't want to muddy the waters here, but the chief just brought up a phenomenal point that I hadn't thought about prior. And just in the hypothetical, for those of you that have been in this position, if you have a probationary employee and you catch them in a lie, I'm sorry, but the truth is it's easier to release them on probation instead of releasing them for cause. And so have we considered, and I don't know if that's where you were going, Chief, but a way to enter those people into the Mark 43 system for dishonesty? Because if the deputy or the officer knows that, then they're going to believe that, you know, it was for cause instead of on probation. Or maybe that's on us as department heads to stop that practice, but that usually goes to HR and county council. But it's difficult. And I'll just tell you, like, honestly, for me, if I have an employee that I know doesn't deserve to be working in my office, and there's a way to release them on probation and know that that's going to quote unquote stick, I'm going to do that. And that may afford that officer or deputy the ability to go with just a probationary release. I just wasn't a fit at that office, and then be able to go get hired somewhere else. So maybe that's a conversation for another day or for the legislature. But when the chief was just talking about it, it made me think about that, because I don't know if there's a way to capture that data.
Executive Director Alvarez.
Thank you, Commissioner, or Chair Long. Manny Alvarez from Post again. So I'd like to take the chief's points, kind of the 2 points backwards, and deal with the affidavit of separation first. So you all heard at the June commission meeting that we are now verifying the accuracy of those affidavits of separation. So we noticed some anomalies where an affidavit of separation may show resignation or retirement, yet there's an allegation that they're investigating in Mark 43. So we want to make sure the accuracy of those are correct. So our staff are already doing that now. Second point that the chief made, and he's right, is we should be releasing, and now we are releasing, those affidavits of separation to the agency that's considering hiring the individual. So I appreciate you pointing that out to us. When the chief had asked, apparently, you know, we had said, hey, you're not entitled to it. You are. So we are releasing them automatically. Hopefully that is somewhat helpful. I also applaud the chief for raising the issue of our response in terms of what we have on file. It was extremely generic, was not helpful at all. As Toby mentioned, we are struggling with how much to provide, but we have come up with a process to provide more detailed information. It's maybe not as far as Chief White would like us to go, but it's more helpful than we've been in the past in terms of providing some information that might be useful in the evaluation as to whether you should hire an individual or not. So I just want to thank you for bringing those two things up to our attention.
Hi, Andrew White again, and this will be hopefully my last comment on it, but I think while I understand the part about saying that, you know, I think we could go to the agency and get that. I think what's most important though is it's the information that's written into Mark 43, because that could add context to what's there. And I think that is covered under the information that's reported. That is the complaint, charge, or allegation. Anything that I write into the Mark 43 that may or may not be apparent from the investigation, because somebody's taking that, redigesting it, putting there. And I find it somewhat ironic that Post comes to agencies and does audits on how we do backgrounds. And one of the things that they're supposed to audit is whether we went to the prior employing agencies and looked at their files. I find it ironic that they would go and do that and potentially find us in default, but yet they may be holding on to things that we can't get access to that may or may not be beneficial. And so, you know, privacy concerns and everything else, I mean, there's much more privacy concerns, I would argue, in what's in that agency's files, et cetera, versus something that an agency was now statutorily mandated to report to Post for potential purposes of decertification. And again, I think this can slice both ways. It could be beneficial to the officer because sometimes agencies do things that I think others may look at and, you know, come to a different conclusion. Conversely, there may be ones where you may read something, but then they include some additional flavor in that information that's reported to Post in Mark 43 that I should know about. I don't want to find out a year later when suddenly Post goes to take action on it. And then you find that out. And that's not a discredit that Post is taking action on little stuff, but it's just the premise that that possibility exists if you aren't able to look at all the data. So I submit on that, council.
From the panel. Oh, Sheriff Braun.
To Sheriff Taylor's question about releasing somebody on probation and then also finding a way to designate why they were released on probation. I think we can do two birds solution on that. If there's an allegation that would meet serious misconduct, you're going to enter that into Mark 43. It's going to take a minute to release them on probation anyway. We still have an obligation to finish that investigation, and then Post can still take the decertification action if appropriate on that employee, even though they're no longer your employee. And then if everything meets the requirements for decertification, then they wouldn't be able to be hired somewhere else. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, exactly. So if you have an allegation, complaint, or charge of dishonesty, and we tell agencies, even if you're not sure, you're welcome to err on the side of caution and submit it, then we can look at all the underlying documentation, as the sheriff said. And regardless of what the employment action was, as the chief counsel mentioned earlier, we're going to look at the conduct and try to determine if it meets clear and convincing evidence of dishonesty as it's defined in the statute. And if that threshold is met, we can and will move forward with the decertification action, regardless of release from probation versus a full termination.
Generally, when you release somebody on probation, you don't have to give them a reason. And oftentimes you don't give them a reason because you don't want to give them legal standing or whatever reason. You don't want to provide them why you're doing it. It's just you're releasing them on probation. But you don't want that person, if they've done something decertifiable, to be somebody else's problem. So I believe we can still handle that on the Post side.
Absolutely.
As long as the agent, it's incumbent upon the agency to finish the investigation, submit it to Post, and make sure that you're not passing that person on to somebody else, which is what we're all trying to get away from, that habit, which is why SB2 came around, part of why SB2 came around.
And I don't want to muddy the waters. The only caveat, so to speak, would be if an officer is terminated for serious misconduct, it could meet the criteria for an immediate temporary suspension, which would give us the ability to put that officer basically on hold while we do the investigation. We encounter some issues sometimes with the release on probation. If it doesn't discuss what the release was for, we may not have that jurisdiction for the ITS because we have to show that there was a termination for serious misconduct. But nonetheless, that's just the ITS. For the full investigation and potential action on the certificate, we will certainly do our normal review, evaluation, and analysis.
Thank you.
Commissioner Terrio.
Commissioner Terrio, I have a couple of questions. If all that is true, what we talked about earlier, why would we need, and I look forward to what Mr. Darden brings back, what staff brings back about changing definitions or expanding them. But then if agencies are doing what they're supposed to do, releasing folks, or they're completing investigations and they're conducting background investigations the appropriate way, why would folks be slipping through either from one agency to another? That perplexes me. Why that would happen? Why they'd be able to jump from one to another when they should be caught, at least if things are being reported on the way out, why they're not being caught on the way back in or attempting to get back in somewhere else. And then my other question is to you, Mr. Sal. You talked about the preponderance evidence and the difference between clear and convincing, which I think is very important to highlight. I'm glad you did. But when you kind of touched on it briefly, but what is the outcome or what changes if there is not a clear and convincing evidence standard for an arbitration? Does that, and you said it does somewhat affect the outcome of a post certification, but it sounds like it doesn't always. Could you clarify that?
And Toby kind of alluded to it as well, but we will look at it holistically, but we're not bound by an arbitrator's decision. But certainly if they're using a clear and convincing standard and we have the ability to review what that arbitrator's decision was, we will do that, but we're going to do our own independent analysis because again, the employment action is a different set of criteria than what the decertification action is. So we'll look at it, but it's an independent analysis. I don't know if you want to add to that, Toby.
Yeah, and if I may, William Darden. So the statute uses these fancy legal terms, collateral estoppel and res judicata. And basically what that means is if there's been a prior legal proceeding and there've been certain issues that have been determined, then there are times in which those prior determinations are conclusive in a later legal proceeding. So with respect to an arbitration, if there has been an arbitration, but it was not at the clear and convincing standard, then there would be no res judicata or collateral estoppel effect against in the post action. If it was at the clear and convincing level at the arbitration, then there is potentially a collateral estoppel res judicata, and we would have to look at that as to whether or not there was issue preclusion or claim preclusion with respect to the commission's action or with respect to the officer's defense. So that's one of the reasons why the clear and convincing at the arbitration level is important, if that makes sense.
Does that information get forwarded to the commission on these certification hearings, or is that not something that is kept out?
Or what, you mean the arbitration?
The information, yeah, is that compiled and as part of a packet, or is that not something that is pushed?
So I think Brian could be able to address in a little bit more detail what the agencies are reporting, but I know when a case comes to me in legal and I've heard there's an arbitration, my first question is, did we get the information? I think that there are agencies from the cases I've seen that are reluctant to provide this information to us. And the problem that I have with that as a lawyer is that I have on a number of occasions been able to use prior testimony under oath in one matter for impeachment purposes or otherwise in a later proceeding. And so if there's an arbitration and there's sworn testimony and so forth, then I would love to see all of that. I'd like to see all the evidence that came in that other proceeding because they're talking about the very issue that we are now litigating. And so I would like to see all that information, but I think Brian could address the extent to which agencies are voluntarily providing or being hesitant.
Absolutely. We will always request it. I mean, we want to see everything in the record for our own analysis. It can be a question of timing because what we're doing now is working through a lot of retro cases still. So some of these, incidents may have occurred several years ago, and may have gone through arbitration. With some of the newer cases, we're not restricted to wait and for arbitration to occur. So once the agency is done with their investigation and we have all the information we need to make a determination, that arbitration may be going on. And as you well know, it could be going on for years as a sort of separate parallel to our work. So where we've encountered it typically is in retro cases where perhaps there was an employment action followed by arbitration, and we're getting that entire record to review.
Chair, if I could just follow up from the panel question. I agree with Chief White's assessment. I mean, and as department heads, I think folks should have all the information, as much as possible. So I'm just curious if you guys feel that is currently where the profession is at, or if there was things that need to be added on a background level, because it kind of seems like it's not.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Andrew White. I don't think it's a pervasive problem. I think it's more of a procedural as we kind of work out and set up the standard practices. Like, I don't think that, in the notice of separations that there's any earth-shattering information in there, but I think it goes to having a comprehensive process and like looking back, for example, is, well, the intent of the law, right, was to make sure that we officially said why we were separating somebody, good or bad, and that that's kept there, and that when we do background investigation, we do it thoroughly. So I think it's more of a process-based thing as opposed to telling you, hey, rampantly, we aren't getting information from other departments. But I do think there's probably other instances where, it could be beneficial one way or another to know, hey, what's been reported thus far, particularly because there's a lot of open cases too. And the staff has been great if you call and say, hey, we're looking at somebody, you know, there's an allegation or whatnot, to the extent possible. I just think it's always better to have process-based things than, you know, one-offs of calling and figuring it out. So that's kind of my experience. To answer your question, I don't think it's a pervasive issue. It's a process-based thing.
And if I could just jump in real quick, Eric Taylor, San Benito County. I agree it's not a pervasive issue, but I think the thing for me is like, we have to, and I think you as a commission need to think of the lowest common denominator. I'm so appreciative of both of you being here, but you both, in my opinion, come from very professional organizations. And we have to be thinking about all the police departments and sheriff's offices in the state of California. And I can tell you from us where I am, and I know it's like this through the entire state, the competition to bring talent into our departments and offices is fierce. And we have a lot of openings. Everybody does. And there's not enough background investigators in my area, at least to go around. And I think they're doing a really good job with what they have, but they're also short-staffed. And if it wasn't for the commanders that I have looking over the backgrounds, unfortunately, there's been backgrounds that have been, it's a boilerplate and it's been cut and pasted from other backgrounds in the backgrounds, and we've had to catch that and fix that. So I think that when we're talking about these things, you're right, like how on earth can these people slip through the cracks? They shouldn't be. But sometimes workload gives us a bit of a sloppy product. And again, with what Sheriff Cooper says and what the chief says, it's not a rampant, pervasive thing, but there's these one-offs that we're just trying to prevent from happening. At the same time, at least for me, for Eric Taylor, I'm not looking to have this decertification process circumvent the arbitration process or the Peace Officer Bill of Rights or all the protections that should be there for our police officers. Like, I want my deputies to go out and feel supported, do their job, police proactively, and feel that they're supported. It's again to Sheriff Cooper's remarks, these cases are few and far between, but when they are, they need to be taken care of appropriately.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Your Commissioner, are there some final thoughts maybe from the panelists? Anything you guys would like to say? I think that very few statutes or regulations don't need fine tuning over the years. I think it's one of the greatest challenges to a good reg or a good statute is oversight. Oversight is difficult to do. It's more difficult than throwing the original thing out there. I think we're heading down that path. And thank you, gentlemen, very much for taking us here, even if we have to go back to discussing an overarching definition again. But we're heading there. Are there any final thoughts or comments from the panelists?
Salazar, I'd just like to say thank you to the commission and chair for taking the time to listen to our concerns, and especially to the post staff for continuing to work with us and listen to us as we all learn and I think try to make this better and do what it was intended to do. So thank you.
And Eric Taylor for San Benito, I appreciate Mr. Chair having us here and Manny for the invitation, for all of your service to this commission. It was a little nerve-wracking to come down here and talk about this today, because I think as leaders in our departments and offices, we're always trying to balance supporting our staff, but also holding people accountable. And just letting the community and the state know that we take this stuff very seriously. And these processes are put in place for a reason. And we have mechanisms in place, and the leadership of your sheriff's office and your police departments of California, we expect a high standard, as is alluded to here today. And I just appreciate the Post Commission and everybody that works at Post and all of the staff and the support that we get to make our jobs easier and to make us more professional. And I know it's ever evolving, and I'm appreciative, and I really appreciate being asked to be here, and it was an honor to sit in front of you, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Andrew White, Martinez Police Department. I would echo the thanks to all of you, and especially just that it doesn't go unnoticed, the weight of what you guys are dealing with. I mean, Post used to be a very small agency that, you know, deals with training. And in essence, you're making decisions for public safety throughout the whole state of California. So appreciate you thinking through these issues, bringing different people in and hearing different thoughts and really being careful as we move forward with this, because it really does impact public safety. And I hope that you continue to find opportunities through data, et cetera, to emphasize that 99 point something% of people are doing the right thing in very, very difficult situations. But that we also aren't afraid to call out those who are doing wrong, and particularly those who are engaging in the worst of conduct, and to remove them out as necessary. So thank you very much.
Final comments are from commissioners or staff. Thank you. We have Commissioner Gordon's motion. I think we have a direction for November. Unless there are any questions about that, I think we're headed way well down the path. Let's take a 10-minute break before we come back to a couple ancillary related issues on this item after the panel. So we'll take a 10-minute break. Now we're back in session. Kathy, are you rested to some degree? We have a couple of items that fit in under the rubric of that panel discussion. And that is basically updates and discussion of the disciplinary guidelines that we're to provide to ALJs. Executive Director Alvarez will start now with some comments essentially regarding the issue of, which has kind of come up in an ancillary fashion, of possibly creating an array of penalties shy of suspension or revocation for serious misconduct, and how that fits into the discussion today. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Annie Alvarez from Post. So one, I would like to thank Commissioners Gordon and Commissioners Brazil. They were in our office in August working on the disciplinary guidelines, and I think probably spent 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours there, including working through lunch, if I remember correctly, on the disciplinary guidelines. So appreciate them giving us the time to help craft those. We hope to have a final draft to you at the November meeting. So we're still working on the modifications. It's taken a while because there were a lot of tweaks. The tweaks were not substantial tweaks, but there were tweaks nonetheless to clarify language and procedures for the administrative law judge to assist them as they hold those hearings. I don't know, Commissioner or Chair Long, if I need to go into the specifics of those, I can if you'd like. There was one part of the disciplinary guidelines where we've had a lot of internal discussion as to whether there should be some form of other discipline that's imposed other than a suspension or revocation. So we addressed that very, very briefly. I think the take on it was that there should not be, but we put that back forward on not on the commission, but we brought it forward today for a discussion to make sure that there is a consensus on how we should move forward, whether there should be some other sanctions that are imposed by Post, such as, for example, hey, this matter doesn't lead to a suspension or revocation, but we're going to impose that this individual go through additional training or do certain things to maintain their certification. I think it's open for discussion as to whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. As I've said, internally, we've had a lot of discussion and debate as to whether that's a positive thing to do or not. So I put that before you. I am personally of the opinion that we should stay the course with suspension and revocation. Should there be a requirement down the road or a necessity for us to look at other sanctions, I think we just not do anything at this point, hold that in abeyance. There's also some discussion I discussed with the chair as to whether we have the legal authority to impose some other sanction other than a suspension or revocation, although it's not explicitly articulated in that fashion in Senate Bill 2. I think the idea was that an individual would face suspension unless they meet these certain requirements. Suspension would be stayed. Like I said, I'm of the opinion that we should just keep moving forward with a full suspension revocation. Some of those issues, additional training, additional monitoring, it is my personal belief that that really falls to the department to impose those things, not us at this point, but there's two sides to it. So we should definitely have a discussion. In licensing schemes, that is definitely something that happens when individuals hold a license from the state. So that's in there, and it's open for discussion.
Why don't we go now while we'll discuss that, but let's go to a brief report from, I'm not sure, either Commissioner Brazil or Commissioner Gordon, who agreed while they were out of the room last meeting to function as a subcommittee on the issue of the disciplinary guidelines, where I understand at any rate that this issue came up in terms of kind of creating an array of penalties that are kind of sub-suspension. So Commissioner Gordon or Commissioner Brazil?
You go first.
Commissioner Gordon.
Just the old retirement.
Commissioner Gordon, During the discussion, we are not for that. I mean, SB2 was designed specifically for suspension and revocation. Other discipline departments have those mechanisms for other remedies, and that should not, in our opinion, become post job. I think that is taking the scope of what is before us to something that I know I'm not comfortable with. And we should be focusing on the most serious cases that require suspension or revocation, and not coming up with officers needing additional training or other things. Like I said, I will tell you, that is my job as a chief, to make those decisions and do those things for my department. And I don't think that is what the intention of SB2 is, or what our scope in terms of the commissioner post staff should be.
Mr. Brazil.
Yeah, kind of going back to the meeting, it was good to have, right? Because it helped enlighten me on the fact that we're kind of giving a playbook to the LJs, because they don't have one. They just know what the law is. So I think there was a tremendous value in us going through that and sitting down with Anne Marie and others that have licensing experience, and not just having the LJs be blind to what the options are out in front of them. But I also concur with Kelly, our lanes are suspension to revocation. And then we have, as a commission, come up with some alternatives to revocation if you complete certain tasks, but it's revoked if you don't. What I don't want to do is lower the bar and lower the lane to actually say our guardrails go between revocation and suspension. Now we're going down to nothing to revocation, because that's really what it boils down to. And I agree with Commissioner Gordon. That's the agency's responsibility. And we shouldn't, and again, these are the guidelines for the ALJ. I wouldn't want to push forward options for an ALJ that says, oh, you know what, forget the suspension. You can just go do 4 hours of training and you're good. No, it's serious misconduct. We got to remember that's what we're evaluating, not some minor infraction that an agency can give training in lieu of discipline. So I'd like to stay within the guardrails of suspension or revocation, with an option that the commission has the ability, and the LJ can see it in the playbook, that in lieu of a revocation, there can be some conditions in lieu of a revocation, like we've done in our last 2 or 3 cases that we've had. So that's just my take on it. But I thought the meeting was really good, that Commissioner Gordon and I tended to kind of understand what that was. That's not us making decisions, it's giving the LJ the playbook that we have in front of us. And one last thing, and it's kind of in Toby's purview, but just to remind ourselves that an ALJ comes back with a finding to us. If it goes that far, we have 3 options, right? We can accept it, reject it, or modify it. So it's not, but I don't want them to think that the ALJ can go way down to virtually, it's either revocation, suspension, or nothing as part of the recommendation, and the options in between those two. So those are just my thoughts.
Comments from commissioners on top of that. I would like to identify with my colleagues, Brazil and Gordon. I agree completely. I think the notion of heading down this road is not only a departure from the intent of SB2 and the coalition and the legislature, but it also, as Commissioner Brazil said, I think we're getting out of our lane here. In terms of implicitly, at least implicitly, throwing out the notion of, well, we could do all these other things. So I think I can't speak for Cal Chiefs and Cal Sheriffs, obviously, but I think that would be problematic for the people who are trying to run their departments. So I would like to echo Commissioner Gordon and Commissioner Brazil on that specific point.
Commissioner Miller.
Commissioner Moon, please.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly with my colleagues in this commission. The one thing that, if it goes to an ALJ and they are looking at their discretion, or what would they not already have also a deputy sheriff or a officer's training record to show what training they already had prior to the allegation of misconduct, so that it wouldn't be necessarily they haven't been trained in this, so now we need more training.
Sure. So it depends on what was in the record. As part of the record, normally we do have the post profile. Post profile will have at least the post training that the deputy has. And then our LECs and BCs in putting together the findings, the ISF, they will attempt to determine what relevant training that the officer had that relate to the allegations. So yes, that information normally would be available to the ALJ.
I agree with, stick with the lane in which the legislation has asked us to stick to.
Yeah, if I could just add one other thing
Mr.
and
Darden,
yes.
he won't
thank you.
identify himself.
Yeah,
for
that's
John.
right. Sorry, I think she knows who I am. But, I talk so much, she knows me very well. And I'm probably not the one to, I wish Anne Marie was here. She just wasn't able to be here this time, and so she'd be able to address this better. I don't believe that we were ever suggesting that we should be issuing some sort of sanction in cases that do not rise to the level of serious misconduct. I don't think that's ever what the discussion's been. The question has been that since there are cases which do, in light of the legislative definition, meet serious misconduct, but they are still instances in which the commission would be unlikely to issue a suspension or a revocation. I think the concern has been that in some of those cases that it will look like, well, this officer is engaged in serious misconduct, but they get a pass. So the question is, in that instance, might there be some other lesser sanction, such as a letter of approval that, while for whatever reason we're not going to suspend or revoke, the serious misconduct shouldn't happen, or some sort of training or something. So I think I'm probably making the argument wrong, but I think that's the theoretical underpinning behind it, just to be clear. But of course, I understand we can certainly just go down the suspension revocation path, but I think that's where that was coming from, if I understand it correctly.
Commissioner Gordon. Yeah,
Gordon?
I understand that point, but this is not the only piece of discipline and decision-making. Departments, it may not be a suspension or revocation, but an officer may have already received time off and training through their department. That is a department's responsibility. And that department is responsible to their community for making sure that that occurs. So I understand the wanting to, not say that someone's behavior is okay, but that there is still that happening. And is the system perfect? Does every department do it to the standard that we would all want? Probably not, but everyone is, I think, all trying to achieve that and working towards that. And that is where we're trying to go. And I would not want to put that and those options before an ALJ, because to me, it also then creates double jeopardy is not going to be the right term, but we can't also then keep penalizing an officer for the same conduct either. That is the point. The point of discipline is for an officer to learn from it and become better. It's not supposed to be punishment. So if on top of what the department is doing, and then there's additional, other than the suspension or revocation, to me, then it also feels very punitive just for posts to say, we don't like what you did as well. So I would be really cautious and careful with those type of additional sanctions, because I think the other piece in terms of licensing different from others is that, we have a standard amongst our department in public safety that looks different than others do. So I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner Doring.
Yes, Commissioner Doring, I just wanted to echo exactly what Commissioner Gordon said. I think I understand council's perspective. If something rises to the level of coming to this commission and we don't do anything, I think that absolutely falls to the agency. And to suggest the agency's not going to do anything, I don't think is proper either. I think that is the agency's role to provide the discipline, and I can agree more with the double discipline aspect of it also. If the agency is going to provide training, punishment, days off, whatever it may be, for them, the commission to come in and do the same thing, I don't think would be proper, and couldn't agree more that it's outside of our scope.
Thank you, Commissioner Doring.
Commissioner Braun.
Commissioner Braun, please.
I wholeheartedly agree that our role here is the post certificate, and we're looking at the certificate itself and whether this person is entitled to have a certificate or it should be suspended. For us to do something different than suspension or revocation is almost a secondary discipline, that's up to the agency to decide. And we will answer if something doesn't meet our standards or we decide that something's not to be revoked, then we'll have to answer for that. But our job is not to discipline the law enforcement officer. That's the agency's job. Our job is strictly to look at, do they meet the criteria to hold a post certificate?
Commissioner. Any other comments? Commissioner Brazil,
I
please.
just have one question for council. So we're doing the guidelines for the ALJ, so they get the guidelines that say between, here's the guardrails. That doesn't prohibit us from, let's say something's presented to us, we're considering suspension, and we recognize the agency did a phenomenal job in correcting the behavior, but it still rises to level of a suspension. That doesn't prohibit us from saying suspension, basically suspension with time served. We could do that, right? You're suspended, but we're suspending at time served because the agency did a really good job of correcting that behavior.
Yes.
Okay.
The answer is yes, absolutely.
Yeah, but not within the ALJ's purview. That would be our purview, because we're going to say, here's suspension, revocation, here's some options between those two guardrails, but we could do something different at our end.
Well, so in the first instance, our purview is to make the determination as to whether or not the board's finding was supported by clear and convincing evidence, and to decide whether it moves forward for suspension or revocation. Then it has to go to the ALJ, and then the ALJ comes back. But so it may very well be that the commission in the first instance believes suspension with time served is appropriate. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Absent disagreement with the comments that have been made, it would seem to me, from my ear anyway, that it seems fairly clear that the commission is inclined to not go with the piece of advisement to the ALJs regarding alternative punishments. So that's not a motion. There's no action to be taken today, but I think that the commission is sending fairly clear intent. Oh, I just lost Manny. You would agree with Mr. Executive Director, the intent seems fairly clear of the commission on this point. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right.
Not a maybe, right? It's not a maybe, it's a yeah.
I didn't hear much equivocation. Yeah, didn't hear any equivocation, as a matter of fact. I think what, given lunch coming up and so forth, then our next item, which is item F and G go together, which is essentially the amendments to Regulation 1010 and allowing the merger of limited peace officers into post-participating agencies. That's going to be a long talker. Why don't we skip down to H, and we'll do H and I before lunch. H is we'll have Basic Training Bureau Chief Carrie Holler. Carrie here, she will report on the regular basic course training environment. The purpose of this report is to facilitate a discussion on how to train for violent encounters in an academy without creating a culture of violence. And then we will see a video after this as well. Ms. Holler.
Hi, thank you, Chair Long, and good morning, commissioners. At the request of the commission, this report is being presented to facilitate a discussion by the commission on how we train for violent encounters in an academy without creating a culture of violence. This came about from an article written by Samantha Simon, who is a professor of sociology at the University of Arizona. In the article, Ms. Simon felt that officers are trained to see the world as a violent place and then act accordingly. Ms. Simon also wrote a book titled Before the Badge, How Academy Training Shapes Police Violence. It was based on her fieldwork at 4 police training academies. Just as a background in California, some of the things students receive in regards to this is an LD-20 use of force. They learn about using objectively reasonable force, de-escalation techniques, and using appropriate force options for the situation. We also added an LD-14 recently, officer wellness. They get training in emotional intelligence, which includes understanding, managing, and regulating their core emotions. And then also during scenario testing, one component students are evaluated on is the ability to distinguish and apply objectively reasonable force options in given circumstances. At the end of every scenario, students are asked 2 comprehension questions. The questions were developed to assess their reasoning behind their actions and then identify their legal justification in their decisions. So at this time, with that background, I will open it up for discussion.
And Commissioner Braun, I'll start. This is my agenda item. I had read this in the Atlantic. I read a lot of news every day. And at this, like an hour later, I got the email from Manny saying, any topics for roundtable? I said, well, this would be an interesting topic to discuss. Do we train? And mind you, I read the article and I'm reading the book. It's very interesting. She embedded herself in 4 different agencies, all in the South. So these are not California agencies. And we all know that California trains to a higher and better standard than any other state in the nation. I don't think there's any question about that. But it was an interesting, it made me reflect back on my training and the training that we've all received. How do we train? We want our employees to be able to respond to violent encounters, but not to treat every encounter as a violent encounter, because 99% of what we do is not a violent encounter. And it's the mundane to the domestic violence calls to the lost child. So I wanted to have a discussion about how do we train currently, not just in post, but within our own agencies and FTO and ongoing training. How do we ensure that our employees respond appropriately to a violent encounter without treating every encounter as a violent encounter? And I don't have an answer to that. Every place is going to be different. I did 21 years in Los Angeles Police Department, where a lot more violent encounters and a lot more backup and a lot more interaction with the public that's in a negative way. And now I'm the sheriff of a very rural county where most of our encounters are pretty positive, where mostly I get emails saying, hey, your people did a great job, or I don't know how they found me because my wife was in an accident and I was camping in the backcountry and somehow your deputy found my truck and let me know to call home in a place where I had no cell service. Those are the emails I get now, and I love those emails. But when my deputies get a violent encounter, they're on their own. And the closest backup could be a fish and wildlife guide 2 hours away. So how do we train for that? And I just thought it would be an interesting discussion, or it might not be a discussion that we need to have at all. But Mandy wanted things for roundtable, so I brought one.
Comments? Questions?
Commissioner Gordon,
Commissioner Gordon?
I'll take the bait. I do think our academies offer some of the finest training. But I have worked at multiple agencies, and you have used and had recruits graduate from multiple academies. And there is a difference depending on which academy they attend on what you receive back at the department once they graduate from the academy. And I think that is probably where that discussion goes, because there are some that come out of the academy and don't know how to actually interact anymore. They're very, they won't smile at you. They're afraid to talk to you. They won't have a conversation. And I think that is problematic. I will talk about, specific to the Santa Barbara community and the way in which we expect them to interact within the department and with the public. We shouldn't have to deprogram that once they come back from the academy. And we have a great relationship with Ventura County Academy, and that is not what we get when we get back. So I don't want that to be mistaken, because that is not the case. But there is a difference depending on what academy recruits graduate from. Like I said, I've been doing this almost 30 years, spent a long time in LA County, with different academies throughout the state, not just within the county. So I do think in terms of post, what they're looking at, and what, not just into the training, but how those recruits are responding, what that looks like. Yes, I'm still a believer that there has to be the stress inoculation. They have to be able to respond when things go poorly. I'm not suggesting we don't still have that, but I do think there has to be a balance within the academy environment, because we also have a younger generation that they actually need to learn how to speak to people better. A lot of them graduated during COVID. Like they don't have the same skill sets. And that also is important to make sure that they have when they're in the academy. I will say I attended an interesting conference a few years ago, and one of the speakers actually was from Washington State, where they have one state academy. And she spoke specifically about, you know, when a recruit's standing in the hallway, yes, standing clear, but at the same time, they were expected to say good morning and to smile and to interact. So I do think, you know, to Commissioner Braun's point, it is an interesting discussion. It's an interesting discussion in terms of the expectations at the academy to find a different balance with that. And not just a balance, but a more consistency amongst the different academies. Because I think that from my own personal experience, there is a difference between the academies.
To Commissioner Gordon's point, Commissioner Braun, we do have a variety of academies, and some are super bookish, right? They're run through colleges and they're more of a college atmosphere. And then you have some that are super militaristic and much more stand at attention, stand clear. I went through LAPD in 1990. That was what we went through, which was eye-opening for me, because I don't come from a military or law enforcement background. And I don't know how many times my DI had to say to me, when I say something to you, you say, yes, sir. Okay. No, when I say something to you, you say, yes, sir. Yeah, okay, I got it. When I say, oh, yes, sir. I mean, that's how I started. And but I transformed. And so I was thinking about that when I read this article, how I transformed from somebody that said, okay, to yes, sir, stand clear, standing at attention, things that I remember to this day, like how to stand at attention, your FI stance, things that you just do. But I also came out of the academy with a different perspective on the world, maybe rightly so, maybe not, that it was a violent place and that everything was a danger and everywhere I turned was going to be danger. And every traffic stop, you walked up with your gun out and at your side because you didn't know what you're going to. And none of those traffic stops did I ever have to shoot anybody. So how do we train that where we don't have to deprogram the robots when they come out of the academy that are, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, to talk to people and engage with people and get good information and build that rapport. So it was, I recommend the book. It starts out a little bit kind of, this is how people get hired part, where you could probably skip because we all know that part of how the background investigation goes. But it's an interesting read as to how academies train people and change people. And some of it you need changing, you know, middle-class sorority girl was not cut out to be a law enforcement officer till she had 6 months of LAPD training. So it's an interesting balance and a good read. So what is the right academy for each agency? And it depends on your agency and what you're looking for. I'm a rural community, but my people go down to Riverside, which is a different training environment. And then they come back and they learn Mono County and how we police there, which is going to be different than someplace where you've got backup 2 minutes away or a minute away. That'd be neat.
Comments? Commissioner Braun, could you give us the name of the book again and the author?
The author is here.
I have it.
Yeah, but right there. Samantha Simon. And
Samantha Kleinman?
Simon.
Samantha Simon.
And it's What I Learned at the Police Academy is the article on The Atlantic. And then the book is Before the Badge. And I reached out to her and asked permission to reference the article in the book. And she said, yes, absolutely. This is what she intended it for these sort of discussions.
Did she get into, I mean, I read the article in the Atlantic. She didn't really propose any kind of like, I think it was Man You this morning when I said, what do we do about these mean instructors? How do we deal with these mean people? She didn't really propose anything in the article. Does she propose solutions in the book?
To where I've read so far, I wish it was an audiobook because I'm much better at listening books than I am at reading them because I have more time to listen. I didn't see any proposals for change, I think. And that's part of it. Like Commissioner Gordon said, we need to have stressful situations. We went through that change for a little bit where academies were very collegial, and then the recruits came out unable to respond to stress. You need somebody in your face screaming at you, because when you get out on the street, you're gonna have somebody in your face screaming at you. So you need mean instructors and you need nice instructors. You need a balance of all that. Just some recruits come out and maybe that's them, lacking the human side. And that's something that maybe you develop over time, interacting on the streets with people. But I don't know.
Commissioner Nieto.
Nieto.
You know, this is something that's been near and dear to me. Thank you for that reference. I wasn't even aware of the article. And so I'm going to read the book now. I've even noticed that in certain areas, such as the area that I'm from, that we have several, it's a regional academy structure. And so we have several academies within that structure. And the training varies. And I agree with Ingrid that sometimes these young people coming in, they need to be put into stressful situations. My argument would be, does it always have to be stressful situations? Because I've been to events that they're near the end of their 6 months training, and I've seen instructors still yelling at them in their face, and I'm thinking, shouldn't they be beyond that at that point? Don't worry, Director. I've had my conversations with the people that run those academies, so this is nothing new. But I think there is a need sometimes to look at that. We're a large state, California. I don't know what the entire geographic design of it, but we're very different from Southern California to Central California to the San Francisco Bay Area up to Northern California. And agencies are different, but I think it's a balance between teaching us how to talk to people and also putting us in learning environments when appropriate to deal with the stress that comes with it. And again, I'm somebody like the other commissioners talked about who's had a very varied career and seen the differences just in my short time in this business between agencies and the academy environments. So.
Commissioner Terrio.
Commissioner Terrio, I think it's really good discussion. Something that we've done in Richmond specifically is we've had this during the orientation process, a cultural competency portion of the orientations that folks were from other places or went, because we, like a lot of folks, I imagine, go and draw upon different academies and region. So not everyone's coming from one set place. And to kind of like refocus their, well, this is who you work for, this is the community that you serve. These are the this is the history, whether it's the history of the police department, but the history in the community as well. And obviously, I don't know if it's something that really posts can, push down, but I think that's something that's worked well. But it's really hard too at the same time, because when I was in field training, I was taught to consider everyone and at a moment's notice to have to be able to use deadly force. And I've always thought that was, at the time, I thought that was kind of crazy, but, and that's even being a combat veteran, I even thought that was crazy, but the FTO wasn't wrong either. And so it's hard to like take all that in and balance that out, because folks do need to have that. I think there is a generational issue too with folks and how they communicate, because they look at screens all day and that is how they communicate instead of how even we're communicating today. So there's all these competing and intersecting issues. And it's a good discussion, but I mean, that's something that we've done to try to work on that, and is a cultural competency of the, specifically where they're working, so they understand, how to communicate with people. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner Braun, for bringing that forward. Any other comments? Thank you. Then,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Brazil, please.
Manny, do you want to share the conversation you had with us this morning? Because I agree with everything said. The most important piece is when Ingrid said, we have to put stress in the academy, but the stress has to be for a purpose, for purposeful outcome, versus making it Navy SEAL training where it's a hazing. And that's the big difference, right? And I think that's where Commissioner Gordon's going. There's a point in time where stress is supposed to be there because it has a purpose in the training environment, versus just an academy because They're academy instructors that they can get in people's face just because they can. So we don't subconsciously teach our recruits that you can abuse somebody if you're in a position of power of authority, because the academy staff, they're in a huge position of power of authority over those recruits. And so we just have to make sure there's some purpose. I don't know how we measure it. I mean, if you want to share some of the things you talked about this morning, it might be helpful.
Manny Alvarez from Post. Yeah, this morning we spoke a little bit about the academy environment and what changes might be necessary. And we talked a little bit about hazing at the academy, which I believe does happen. I'm personally just opposed to hazing by the staff. I don't think they'll characterize it as hazing, but they'll characterize it as stress. You know, some of the discussions or some of the issues that have popped up are like moving their lunches, you know, making them late, going through their lunches, just things like that, that I don't think there's a purpose to it. I think it's also just sets a bad tone if these are I always just kind of go back and equate it to like a professional sports team. I know there's hazing that goes on with rookies, or like, you know, when they first join pro leagues, but the staff, the coach isn't hazing the players, the manager's not hazing the players. And I think it just sets just a bad tone for an FTO to be doing stuff like that. I'm not necessarily personally opposed to, you know, discipline or harsh words or yelling if it's needed, but to do it just to do it, I think is also not good personally. I don't think that necessarily helps. I think it's probably going to be split across the state as to what's good and what's bad. I think there just has to be a need and a purpose to it. Otherwise, it's not a good thing. I also, you know, strongly believe, and I think some of you mentioned communication. I think communication is a real key for the academy. And I think there's areas where I continue about it, Carrie and I, about how do we improve their communication skills. The other thing is really just like, if you go back to the basics of, you know, emotional intelligence, as it's been termed, is awareness of the situation that you're in. Not everybody's out to kill you. You know, I had somebody as a classmate of mine, and yeah, he thought everybody was out to kill him. And, you know, he took that out to his, you know, his field office, and that's how he lived. I also saw a presentation by a current police officer in California, where he did a presentation about a member of the community coming to an individual community member wanting to shake the officer's hand. And I don't shake hands because I'm going to be thrown to the ground. I don't know who you are, and how offensive that could be to that individual, and just kind of the perception that it creates around law enforcement. I don't know if there's a mechanism for us to, you know, create something where it's like, hey, yeah, you should be self-aware. Obviously, officer safety is key, but not everybody is a bad guy, so to speak, or everybody's out to kill you. It's unfortunate that they have to be deprogrammed, I think was the word that Commissioner Gordon used. I do believe it happens. I also believe the opposite happens, where there is a culture within a department where maybe you do that in the academy, and they use the proverbial, hey, forget everything that you just learned in the academy. All these people out here are bad. Yeah, always, you know, have your gun out, be careful. I guess it's a tough nut to crack, but I think in terms of what Commissioner Brazil mentioned to me, I think seen by the staff of recruits, and I think that they need to be very cautious of how they, you know, approach the students in terms of yelling, or how they approach how they're going to create stressful environments, which they should have. There's no question about it, but I think you do that without yelling in every instance. So that's what we talked about this morning. Covered it, Commissioner Brazil? And again, those are a lot of my personal observation, my personal opinions. I don't want to say that, everybody's in agreement with me either. Just my own observations.
Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. If there are no further comments on that, we will do one more thing before the lunch break, and that will be Ms. Katie Strickland and Ms. Megan Polis, I guess, would come forward and introduce the second video that Post has created. It is, as Manny referenced earlier, it's about Sergeant Michaela O'Connor, who's San Francisco PD's first openly transgender officer.
Hello again. So to kind of set up before we start the next video, so the second video features, as Commissioner Chair Long said, San Francisco Police Department Sergeant Michaela Connell. She is SFPD's first openly transgender officer who decided to become an officer mid-career. In this video, she shares her journey on how she became an officer, the challenges she overcame along the way, and the pride she has for her department and her career. And this video is about 10 minutes long as well.
Michaela's really somebody who exemplifies what it means to be a police officer. You know, a compassionate cop who really cares about what she does. She doesn't do the job for glory or for recognition. She's really somebody who is focused on our mission of public safety, of serving our citizens of San Francisco. She really kind of paved a path for others like us. Michaela's the first out trans woman to serve in the San Francisco Police Department.
They got a show at Please Do Passing Calls.
No job I've had, from the Army, being a lawyer, all the other jobs I've had, driving fishing boats in Alaska, semi-trucks in the Central Valley, nothing compares to being on patrol. I was up at the academy yesterday for the class. So if you have a gun and you put the caliber and make and model in the boxes, also put it in the narrative. She doesn't want to see the narrative. It can be surprising, shocking. It can be amazingly funny. It can be super gross. It can be violent. It can be heartbreaking. It can be everything because it's a lot of the human experience.
Okay, dismissed.
San Francisco is an iconic city. It's Baghdad by the Bay, as according to Herb Caen. It's a city that's torn up by its own politics internally. It's a really interesting mix of old traditions and progressive new ideas. A swirling, chaotic mix of everything that people have in them. The good, the bad, the crazy, the traditional, everything all in one place. The Tenderloin is a neighborhood immediately adjacent to downtown, and it is the center right now of drug dealing and the buying and selling of stolen goods for San Francisco. It's also a center for violence, gun violence, stabbings, all of that kind of stuff.
Screams echoing through the street in San Francisco's Tenderloin district.
The man in the Santa cap firing several times into the Dodge.
84 people arrested in the Tenderloin in the last week.
60 people a month or more dying from drug overdose now in San Francisco.
But that stabbing is now calling into question the safety of social workers.
These aren't problems that belong to the Tenderloin. These are societal problems that society has shoved into the Tenderloin because the Tenderloin is poor. So society accepts these problems existing better among the poor. This is where everything gets concentrated. So I chose to come to the Tenderloin because right now it's where the fight is on for the soul of our city. Like, what are we going to be as a city? Are we going to have the rule of law? Are we going to be compassionate? Are we going to find a way to deal with addiction constructively? Are we going to try and arrest our way out of it, which we know we can't do? The drug war is a farce. But at the same time, you can't let the drugs go unchecked because they kill hundreds and hundreds of people. And everything that's happening in San Francisco right now really ends up being centered here, because this is where it's happening. This is where the dealers are selling. This is where the addicts are dying. This is where the stolen goods are being pawned. This is where it's happening.
Historic move in San Francisco, the city now the first in the Bay Area to declare itself a sanctuary for transgender people. Tonight, advocates saying it could not come at a more critical time.
San Francisco is arguably one of the most diverse departments in the country, if not the world. Being a hub for LGBT people, we had a lot of people who served quietly and secretly in the department. Police work is a notoriously masculine profession. But over the years, as the city changed, the department changed with it. As we went through into the 90s, the role of LGBTQ people in the department really grew substantially. I wasn't even aware that there was an out trans woman in the department until I talked to one of my friends, and she told me about Michaela. At one point, she served as the board president for San Francisco Pride, which is an organization that puts on the San Francisco Pride Parade every year. So she's done some work that's incredibly important for not only for the LGBTQ community of San Francisco, but specifically the trans community.
As I was getting towards the end of high school, my father was trying to get me to look at various colleges. So I did. I went to UC Berkeley. As I was getting towards the end of my time at Berkeley, I started thinking, what am I going to do? I applied to the Oakland Police Force, and they wisely did not take me. I was young, dumb, immature, had not figured out my gender issues yet. And then I was in a long-term relationship. It came to an end, I think, because of my gender issues, which I had been struggling with my entire life. So I joined the Army, went into the infantry, jumped out of some airplanes, ran around the woods and the deserts with guns. Actually really enjoyed myself, had a good time in the Army. And along the way, I met my now ex-wife. We got married, and I realized I didn't want to stay in the Army forever. So my then wife and my dad wanted me to have a backup plan. The FBI is pretty competitive to get into. And so I applied to one law school, my dad's alma mater, which was at that time UC Hastings Law School. Now it's just called UC Law School. Because I was doing so well, I got job offers from big firms downtown here in San Francisco. Turns out, as much as I loved law school, I really didn't enjoy the practice of law. It was financially rewarding, but it was too much. A lot of things have happened out of my control, but I chose to transition. Well, what I wanted to do ever since college was go into law enforcement. There was a job fair at the LGBT Center here in San Francisco, so I walked in on my lunch break and I said, hey, I'm 43, I'm transgender, can I even be a cop? And he said, hey, come take a walk with me. And it turns out he was himself a transgender officer, one of the trans men who came before me in this department. The idea that at 43, overweight, out of shape, Army days long since passed, that I could go to an academy and pass. I started running every day. I think I lost 70 pounds over the next year. It took a little over a year, but by the time I was 45, I had been accepted into the academy and I started. And that's how I got here.
She was really instrumental in me coming back. She put a lot of my worries and my fears at ease. I've never heard a single person say a bad thing about her. Only heard great things about her work ethic, her skills as an officer, and that really set her up as she went forward, and because of that, she was the first out trans woman to be promoted to the rank of sergeant. She just knuckles down and does the work, and that's why people respect her, because she's a cop first, and she's a good cop.
They're 1053 Market, This job will take everything you have and test it. It will put everything on the line. Your physical ability, your mental ability, your social ability, your compassion, your ruthlessness, your problem-solving ability. Come on, wake up, stay with us. Stay alive, man, stay alive. Everything that you have as a human being can be used and tested in this job. You can do it, you can do it. Come on, man, stay with us. Nope, no pulse. Hey! Oh, leave the pipe, leave the straw, leave the straw, leave the straw.
4 Narcans, man.
That's pretty close, brother. At the end of the day, when I go home, I know I used everything I possess as a human being for something bigger than me. So, what's your name? You're not under arrest. What's your name? John? J-O-N or J-O-N? And that's a level of satisfaction and fulfillment I've never gotten in any other career or job.
What I admire about Michaela is that she is humble, and she really is. Like, she has that kind of servant mentality of like, she's here to help people. It's not about her.
That is the most Narcan I've seen given to a person who came back. I've never seen that much Narcan given to a person who came back. That was close. So there's 2 rules for life-saving. You can't save someone else if you're drowning, and you can't save someone who doesn't want to be saved. Ultimately, it's just the truth. And yes, we saved that guy's life today, but if he doesn't really want to save his own life, then eventually he's gonna throw it away. People have to want to save themselves to actually be saved. Then you can help them. My experience is probably different than the transgender folks who came before me, the trans men who paved the way for what I went through. When I first came into the department, I really did get sort of that warm, fuzzy feeling from the department that they wanted me here and they wanted me to succeed. They had never hired an out transgender person who was already out and transgender. I was really scared. And in fact, I would say from day one, my academy classmates were my friends, my champions, my defenders. Everybody is super respectful, and I've actually had a really, really good experience at the SFPD. I want to be remembered as a legitimate street cop. I mean, I worked the mission, worked Tenderloin. I went into the streets every day and I did the job. I didn't look for an administrative position. I didn't look for an easy way out. I didn't avoid the hard areas of the city. I went to right where I thought things were the worst, and I did the best I could to make them better.
I proudly put on the uniform as I know that there are LGBTQ officers who can't be out in their uniform. We do it for those who can't.
My name is Michaela Connell. I'm a sergeant with the San Francisco Police Department, Tenderloin Station, where I work as a patrol sergeant on swing shift.
Comments? Questions? Well done. Very well done. Very well done. Mr. Executive Director, if I may ask, how did this one come about and why?
I'm going to deflect that question or defer the question to Katie and Megan, if you would. And also, just if you can, just mention that Narcan incident was actually what it was, if you don't mind as well.
Sure. So when Katie and I were tasked with continuing this project on history of policing, we kind of dived into issues that we felt were important as a whole in policing and in society. And so we obviously, you saw in the first video, we focused on an Asian American peace officer. And then for the next one, we wanted to do specifically an LGBTQ officer. And I had heard about other transgender individuals in policing, but I specifically wanted to highlight someone that was transgender, a woman, because I feel like females already have difficulty in policing as it is. And we did a Google search actually, and Michaela came up as receiving an award through the legislature. So we reached out to SFPD. She is an FTO. So we kind of used our connections in basic training to find her. And then really just had with both with both individuals in these videos. We had initial interviews where we really kind of discussed what we wanted to cover in these videos. But I think we owe a lot of credit to the film production crew that we were able to contract with, because they brought out truly magical moments from these individuals. And specifically for Michaela's video, that incident occurred while they were on a ride along with her. And the individual, they gave him 4 Narcans to bring him back to life. And that was pretty spectacular to be able to catch that on film during her interview.
Mr. Alvarez.
If I can also add, Katie and Megan also sent out a survey a while ago to the field to get stories from individual officers on, you know, how they got into the profession and their challenges and, you know, why they're in the profession, to just kind of highlight some of these issues to demonstrate how policing has changed or how we want to be all inclusive in the profession. I can't recall how many responses we got or received, Katie, or
It was about over 100. I
over
believe.
100. We didn't pick any of those, I believe, at this point, but we also went out to the field to try to get some interesting stories of individuals.
All right. Commissioner Ewell.
Have we had any success with the Museum of Tolerance? I know. Guys, have we had any success with the Museum of Tolerance to date?
So I think what Commissioner Yule is referring to is we also, on the other side, for the basic training side, wanted to get historical footage of historical events in policing, both positive and negative, things that have happened over time. Documentary footage that could be used as like vignettes for the academy training, and the answer, Commissioner Yule, is no. As much as I've tried, have not been successful at that.
Are there other alternative sources that can be used? I mean, I think the videos are powerful, and I just think the complete package for recruits in particular would be really powerful.
Yeah, there are other options, and Katie, Megan, and I have talked about whether we try to just go out to a private vendor like we have to create these videos on a contract basis to help us create those. So that is definitely something that we've had recent discussion about. It's just a matter of getting it done, and I don't think we're gonna have much more success in terms of the Museum of Tolerance putting it together. So that's an option to just go outside with the contract. Yeah.
And my compliments. I mean, that was both videos were very powerful.
I'm told lunch is available now for those who ordered lunch. It's 12:30. Why don't we come back at 1:15? 1 o'clock? Sure, people have planes, trains, and automobiles to worry about, so we'll come back at 1 o'clock.
I think probably half hour. I think it's. Oh, I'm sorry. You need longer, Kath? $1:15. Something like that.
Let's do 1:15. Well, 1:15 in deference to Kathy here. We'll be back at 1:15. make their way back to the dais. We can start in just a moment. Please get you on your planes, trains, and automobiles. Good to go? All right, we're back on the agenda. We're going to take items F and G together. I don't know how you want to sequence them, Toby, if you have a particular order, but under F, Basic Training Bureau Chief Kerry Holler will report on PC 832 arrest and firearms course. It's in relation to the next item agenda, which is the proposed amendments to Regulation 1010 and how to allow for a merger of limited peace officers into post-participating agencies. Ms. Holler. Or Mr. Darden.
We made a plan,
Yes,
sorry.
we did. So this is a continuation of the discussion we started at the last meeting about the potential amendment of Reg 1010 with respect to admission of non-RBC agencies into the program, and the larger discussion of the eventual amendment of Reg 1005, which is the foundational training requirement regulation, to take into account differential training requirements for limited authority peace officers. So at the long discussion we had at the last meeting, sorry for the headache, Rick, suggestion was made to form a working group to roundtable the issues. And there was also some thought from, I think, Commissioner Nieto, that the commissioners would appreciate the opportunity to have considered the Kern County input as well, the input that we got from Kern County last time at that meeting. So as we established the working group, and you've had some time to consider the Kern County input, we thought we would roundtable just a couple of these issues. This is such a big issue. We're going to have to take it over multiple meetings, and we want to just do bite-sized pieces and just talk about a few of those issues today. One of the issues, and maybe we should do it right up front, is the question about the identity of the working group as we move to establish the working group. So it's a little out of my wheelhouse in terms of us doing that, but I think what we were looking for would be from the commissioners, the identity, and Manny, jump in here, the identity of the groups that you thought it would be helpful for us to try to pull into a working group, and we can work on trying to get that pulled together. So that's the first sort of item of business.
Roberts.
Yeah, in terms of the working group, you all asked us to put together a working group in June. We were of the mindset that it might be good to have two commissioners on it. It's not necessary because we will get law enforcement folks from across the state to participate in that workshop or that working group. Obviously, they will make up the majority of it, but it might not be a bad idea if you all are interested to have two commissioners or so. We can't obviously have more than majority or a certain number due to Bagley-Keene, but we throw that out if you all wanted to participate in that. And we would likely do it in October, November time period, hopefully.
Have volunteers. Or is anyone not in the room right now like last time?
Chief Gordon.
Chief Gordon, excellent, fantastic. And
I'll be your partner again.
good. All right, the dynamic duo is back at it.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Good. And then if there was no other discussion on that or the folks that we should bring into the working group, then we'll move on. Okay, so go ahead.
Do you need focus? Do you want more focus on who should be in the group, or is it clear?
It's completely up to you folks. If you folks think you can identify, or if the other commissioners would like to add additional groups that you'd like us to invite to the working group. I mean, however you guys want to do it.
Commissioner Gordon, I think it's important, to invite groups such as the sheriff's office, but some of those that are performing those quote limited peace officer duties, just to make sure we have their input. Besides those of us that come from full service agencies.
Elvis?
So I know, I think our intent is to reach out to Cal Sheriffs and Cal Chiefs. PORAC has also we've had a lot of discussions with PORAC about this, so I think it would be wise to at least include those three. And when we do, we always include CPOA as well. So we would try to get a group from them as well.
That's good. Fantastic. So one of the issues that we've been talking about is the sufficiency of our current 832 training course. And as you know, I've been dealing with some agencies throughout the state that are that have peace officers that look like full authority peace officers that have guns and long guns and non-lethal and code 3 cage cars and, respond to mutual aid and so forth, but that they just have 832 PC training. And it raises one issue as we move more into this question of whether or not and to what extent we're going to allow merger of 832 agencies into post agencies or permit the admission of 832 agencies into post either as part of or not as part of an existing post participating agency. We thought it would be helpful to just review the current composition of the 32 class, because what we're going to talk about is if that is the only training that these individuals have, what sort of positions, what sort of peace officer positions do the commissioners think? And obviously, I know we'll take the working group into account as well. What kind of duties do you think it would be permissible from a post-commission perspective for individuals with only that 64 hours of training to perform? And just to keep in mind, the statutory issue here is the legislature said in 832, Penal Code 832, that an individual, before they can exercise the powers of a peace officer, have to complete an introductory course as specified or as prescribed by the commission. That means we determine what's in the 832 course. And so as of now, it's only 40 hours of arrest plus 24 hours of training, as Ms. Holler will describe, but we can change that. And as after Ms. Holler describes the 832 course, then we can talk about the extent to which the commissioners think it would be appropriate to modify it, if at all. But Ms. Holler.
Mary Holler. As Toby said, excuse me. So I'd like to talk about some of the other types of students that we do see in the PC 832 courses. So we've got probation officers, correctional officers, animal control officers, park rangers, all the way down to sanitation workers, building enforcement, and community service officers. So just something to keep in mind. There are many more. I have list after list of all the different types of students, but and not all the students have to take both of the courses. So for example, like with probation, not all probation officers are armed, so they would only be taking that PC 832 arrest course. As Toby stated, and in the agenda item, I provided the minimum content and hourly requirements. So you can see the learning domains and the hours that are spent in each learning domain. It's two components. It's the 40-hour component is the PC 832 arrest portion, and that's classroom and then arrest and control. And then the 24 hours is the firearms. So the PC 832 arrest course has 4 exercise tests that the students must perform and pass. So there's a searching test, handcuffing technique, control hold, and a takedown. The student must demonstrate competency in those required tests and performance dimensions, and then they have a written comprehensive test that they have a minimum passing score of 75. The PC 832 firearms course has only 1 exercise test, and that test requires the student to demonstrate basic handgun shooting principles. It's a total of 36 rounds, and they have to have a score of 29 to pass. They have to do 12 rounds at the 3-yard in 30 seconds, 12 rounds at the 7-yard line in 30 seconds, and 12 rounds at the 15-yard line in 45 seconds. Some of the feedback that we've received from the students when we interview them on the basic course certification reviews is that there's not enough time. They get too much information. They're just overwhelmed with that 40-hour time frame, and oftentimes the 24 hours for firearms. Some of them have never touched a firearms before. We also been told by some presenters that some of the positions for the students don't require them to carry handcuffs or make arrests, but they are required to attend that course. So at this time, I'll take any questions on specific to the course or courses, if you have any.
Yeah, my one comment, and I know we discovered this because SB2 and people started calling post and saying, how do I submit? It's, for me, it's a little difficult to bifurcate the two, or maybe I'm bifurcating the two in my brain, because to me, it's more that maybe 832 is enough for these things, but they're presenting as if they're a law enforcement officer, which is different. And that's my concern, that you have agencies out there that are just 832. And the public thinks they're police officers who's had a 6-7 month academy or gone through the FTO program, et cetera, all the requirements that are required of post-certified law enforcement professionals.
Struggles, and that is that you still are going to have building sanitation and animal control and probation and so forth that may not have the need for a more robust course. But at the same time, as I think Commissioner Gordon said last time, and I agree with that, these people can be peace officers and you're letting them carry guns after just 64 hours. And so I guess we would need to look at that question of, do we believe that just setting aside the fact that some of these individuals may or may not more law enforcement type duties. This is the course where the commission says, when you take this course, you can be a peace officer and carry a firearm. And so that's one of the questions to think about, is whether or not the 832 course itself should be updated or modified, or we should add things to it. And I know, again, we are going to have some, I'm not 100% sure why animal control officers or building sanitation people need to be peace officers. I'm sure there's a reason that I'm just not aware of. And I think what you said, Commissioner Gordon, maybe we do need to find out from those agencies what those are, and that would be helpful, I suppose.
Commissioner Gordon, I know from personal professional experience, it's typically in order for them to be able to write citations. That's why they have to take this course. So our animal control officers, code enforcement officers, that's why they have to actually take this course so they can write the citations, even under the municipal code or the infraction piece. So they might be citing for those pieces, which they have to take this course in order to be able to do so. I will say, regardless of peace officer status, whether it's code enforcement or animal control, I do think the content needs to be updated because they are coming in contact with the public and the community. There's no de-escalation. There's a big segment of communication that is missing from this content. We see it. We know it's missing because then we teach it, but it should be a big portion of what is included in this, because I think we're doing a disservice to them and not setting that for success. Like I said, regardless of whether it's a code enforcement officer, animal control officer, someone who's, now going to carry a gun, there are some, I think, big gaps in what we're not providing in the class.
Wondered if, if we still type folks, how much do we need to add to it? De-escalation, that's actually a good thought. I guess the next question is, to lay on top of that somebody can carry a firearm. Would you envision that even the 80-hour course would be sufficient with an additional 24 hours? Or is the thought that perhaps before we have an arrest and firearms part, that would need to be much greatly expanded? And again, I don't know the answer. Topics out for your thoughts.
Commissioner Doran.
Commissioner Doran, it seems like we have two separate issues here. We have the issue of the 832 course and people going through that training, performing duties that are much above the scope of that training. And then the separate issue of the people that should be going through the 832 course, the training even for them is not enough. And that's the dilemma I think we're facing, is where you have a probation officer that's going to go through 832 who would probably benefit from that class being triple the length versus a sanitation worker who probably only needs half that amount of time. So I think those are the issues that we're going to kind of have to decipher here.
Commissioner Terrio, I agree. I think part of the problem is, this is highlighted by the sheriff, that the average public, they don't understand 832 point ad nauseum. Even some of us who, myself included, consider ourselves law enforcement nerds, might not actually understand all of it. And so there needs to be some cleanup, I think, by the legislature. That's a whole nother thing. But it just seems like that if we're trying to professionalize things and raise the bar, that we need to do that, those folks need to have more training when some of these folks who are they're doing important work, but they don't necessitate the length of a firearms training course. And so the key doesn't fit the lock for these people.
Commissioner Nieto. And I've had these discussions about reserve programs with Manny, because there's still the different, I don't know if they call them levels or what they are. And tying into this, I can put somebody into an 832 class and then just call them my park police and they can carry a gun. But yet I can have a reserve officer who's gone through most of the academy and can't go out and do the same thing that these people are doing. That's a problem.
Actually, one of the specific discussion points I've got for today, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, no. It's good. See, it means we're thinking along the same lines. That's perfect.
Chairman, I use my animal control officers in a little bit of a different task in that they are investigating animal crime and they are writing police reports that go to our district attorney for filing. So it's not just a citation. So it's hard to put one puzzle together without creating multiple puzzles, which is going to be a great task for our workforce.
Are
or
they
our
armed?
task
Commissioner?
force.
Are they armed, Commissioner? Or I think
They are armed.
They are armed.
They are armed.
You think the 64 hours is enough, or would you think we would up it?
It should be upped, yeah.
Okay.
They also go through an animal course, separate to the Humane Society, but again, a lot of that is in-house training that we really need to incorporate in my agency, but it would be nice to have, that looked at in the bigger.
Commissioner Braun, I just, as of July 1st, took animal services into the sheriff's office and they have none of that. They're not. The director we just hired has 832, but she doesn't have firearms. And I use them much as Commissioner Moon does. They are out there writing search warrants, doing investigations, taking animals, occasionally putting down animals that need that action taken. And so they need firearms, they need the training, and they need a lot more than 64 hours.
Interesting. Of course, in the statutes, there are provision for a number of individuals who have powers to do police type things, but they're not peace officers. We have the public officer, right? Category in the penal code. And so, the question, I guess, one of the fundamental questions to me is for those positions, if it's a public officer, really the commission's not involved. It's for the peace officers that the commission is involved and that we set the 832 curriculum as the mandatory minimum before you can be a peace officer in California. But it sounds like there is the idea that perhaps the 832 course should be expanded in order to give certain additional types of components that are currently in the RBC, not to have an RBC type course, but to add some additional things like, for instance, de-escalation and so forth. Does that seem to be a fair summary of what I'm hearing?
Commissioner Cooper, we use in Sacramento County very heavily for security officers. They guard county buildings, welfare offices, Folsom Dam they guard. So, and they're actually pretty robust. In the airport also.
Was it just 832, Commissioner?
Just 832, yes.
Okay. And do you think that's sufficient, or do you think they should have more?
It's sufficient for them. They could always use more. I mean,
okay,
we're supportive of that, but yeah.
I also have 832 court security officers just in the courthouse, and they're armed only while on duty. They're in a uniform. They look like sheriff's deputies. People always say, "Oh, I talked to Deputy so-and-so. He's not a deputy." So it can be confusing, and they're, unless I'm mistaken, in 832, they're not taught as much on tactics and approach, and certainly my animal control could use that as Commissioner Moon's probably are. They're by themselves out there, usually in the middle of nowhere, dealing with a very emotional situation when it comes to an animal, and they don't have the tactics or the communication skills that they need.
Commissioner Gordon, the other piece too is you can take everything but the firearms portion. So if you're, working, like our animal control officers do investigations and do all those things, but they're unarmed. So for them, there are still things that I think should be added to this class. They should get, yes, we teach them, but they should be getting it into this class because they are conducting investigations. They are contacting the public. I think there is an opportunity to really add to the firearms portion of this, where for those that are going to carry firearms and departments make that decision to have them carry, then I think that's especially where one of our opportunities, you know, in terms of what we're doing right now, is to make that much more robust. So that for the, you know, 832 who is not like the code enforcement officer, we're not now, you know, sending them to an extensive, you know, training just on the firearms piece. Like I said, I think several things should be added to just the regular, you know, but I think we have an opportunity to add a lot in terms of the firearm piece. Because anyone who is going to wear a uniform and carry a firearm and look and act as a peace officer, it is our responsibility to make sure they are appropriately trained before we say, you've gone through this class and now we're blessing you that you have these powers.
Commissioner, I also wondered if, just my idea, but I'd love to hear your thoughts. Whatever the 40-hour course is, whatever just the arrest part of it is, we can look at expanding that. But I wondered if before we say you can carry a gun and be a peace officer, that regardless of what that first arrest block is, that as part of the firearms block, there's additional training, but maybe not even just firearms training. It's additional the training of the type you'd get in the academy, because these are people now that we know are going to be in life and death situations and perhaps need the additional training before we then give them the extra blessing of carrying a gun and being a peace officer at the same time. And so I wondered if that's the sort of thing you were talking about.
Yes, and I think probably jumping ahead, but part of that conversation should be as well, if this is the class that you're going to take and you're not going to be go to the full academy, what functions can you actually perform? Because there are agencies that have folks that just have an 832 performing the functions of a peace officer, just like, and I think that's where those clear definitions need to be drawn.
Certainly seeing that. I worked at DOJ for many years, and they have officers that in the front that are full uniformed officers, and they are responsible for the premises. But the 832 is the foundational requirement. And certainly I'm aware of other agencies that have the same thing. We have one state agency that has investigators that are within the post program, but then they have other officers that just do sort of security. They're peace officers, but they only have the 832 training. Yes,
Commissioner Cooper, I think it varies by agency too. A lot of agencies provide additional training to their folks.
Yes, of
so
course.
It really runs the gamut. There's no set standard. I know we do a lot more training for our folks to ensure that.
Yes, according, we've seen that as well, Commissioner, and I think the idea is just as a commission, we do set, a lot of agencies will say, hey, it says I got to take 832, I take 832, and then maybe if we're lucky, they will be doing a lot of extra training on top of that. But really the question for us is, since we set the standard for what the minimum training is to be a peace officer and carry a gun, then we're looking at that content. But certainly the hope is that they're adding a bunch of additional training on top of it that's specific.
And I also wonder about backgrounds too, because we do the CVSA, we do the whole blown full background on them. They're going to carry a gun, so I'm sure that varies by agency also.
Well, of course, if they're peace officers, they should be, you know, they should be having the background and all of that in 1031 and so forth, but that's the hope at least.
I know prior to SB2, a lot of them were not. And I don't know that, I mean, as this progresses, I think it's, you know, those agencies are being identified, and my hope would be is now that those are appropriately being done, but I know that has not been consistent.
Other comments for the chair? I had, oh, Manny, it looks like you wanted to add
Extra hours.
Thank you. Manny Alvarez from Post again. Commissioner Doring, you went down the path that I was going down. It's not right. Not enough. I think we all agree on. I don't know why we would be teaching a sanitation employee arrest and control. It's wasted time. It's just not right, but it's a one size fits all. And some of the spitballing that we've had internally is just to kind of break it up and to have multiple types of PC 832 training, similar to what Sheriff Nieto mentioned with reserves. It's like, okay, you have PC 832 firearms for peace officers, and you have PC 832 search and seizure, whatever we want to call it, for non-peace officer positions, and maybe an arrest and control course for peace officers. But right now, that's the challenge, is that we're literally teaching sanitation workers how to handcuff people. It's just not appropriate. It's not right. So it's not just, is it enough or is it too much? It's really how we deliver it. The other challenges that we're going to have is we have to keep in mind there's a big constituent base that is impacted by all of this. Probation officers and CDCR has to do PC 832 training, and they get incorporated. They incorporate this into their correctional academy. So, and they have 30,000, I believe, close to 30,000 peace officers. So we also have to be mindful of the impact that it might have to them as we move forward. And then lastly, I think Toby has mentioned it and is perhaps going to discuss it more, is really to define, okay, you go through this course, what can you do once you've gone through this course? I think some of you have mentioned that. That would be important.
Good segue. I was going to say, for the chair, had requested at the last meeting that we think about looking at other states to see what other states did. I do have an attorney assigned to it. He hasn't completed it, but he has looked at states that are most proximate to us, Oregon and Washington, Arizona, and so forth. But I've asked him to also look at the 10 biggest states in the United States. So far, we are not finding states that have different levels of training courses for limited peace officers. We're tending to see the trend of, if you want to be a peace officer, you go through the RBC. It's interesting, in Washington, they do have what we might consider limited function officers. They call them special commissions, but the post has nothing to do with those officers. Literally, it's a general authority agency in that state can hire somebody to be harbor, park ranger, or whatever, but they do it on their own. It's without the blessing of the state, and they're basically just told, you know, you better check with your general counsel about the liability issues in terms of what you're having them do and with what training. From what we found out in Oregon, it seems that all of their personnel receive the same training. BADA does have 3 different categories of training in addition to reserve, where they have a basic course, and then they have a course for what we would call special investigators, an SIBC course, but they allow bailiffs and others to go through it, and that's slightly less than the basic course. And then they have a correctional officer course. But so what we're not finding so far is, you know, very specific gradations where, you know, person in this category has to have a 480-hour course, and then the person in this category has to have a 512-hour course. So so we aren't seeing that. I'm not sure if we want to go in that direction either, and this may be something the working group we end up talking about. But I did want to mention, Mr. Chair, since you had requested that, we did look into that. So as part of the
Commissioner Nieto, I have a quick question, Toby,
Yes.
And it's related to, it's a very quick question. I would ask that the working group also take a look at the testing, because they only test in 4 areas, and firearms, if they take the firearms. I don't even know what that test looks like.
Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you. You know, as I spoke now, I'm thinking we should probably also include, although they're not our responsibility, CDCR and probation in those discussions, since they are big stakeholders in this, and whatever we decide or you all decide, they're going to have to adhere to. So we will include them as well.
Okay, well, moving into the first bullet point, because again, we just wanted to break it up in a couple of little manageable bite-sized pieces. And this was, I believe it was Commissioner Gordon raised this issue, and I just wanted to see if and if I'm wrong, please tell me, but I thought it was you. But the question is, in 1010 as it currently stands, what is the commission's thought in terms of if an agency that is effectively, it's a non-RBC agency, an 832 type agency, comes to the commission and wants to join the commission and is not merged into a full RBC agency, but wants to come in as a standalone agency. What's the commission's thoughts about whether or not we should permit an 832 agency to come into the post program? And if so, should we put limitations on them in terms of what they should do? Should they be allowed to stay limited, or should we require them, as we currently do, to have to take the RBC, and that, anyone they hire from that point on has to be an RBC officer, has to go through the RBC. So just curious as to what your thoughts are. We'll talk about the mergers separately, but this is just the question of a standalone 832 agency. Now, the regulation as it currently stands, it is a little fuzzy because it says that we have to look at the whether or not the individuals that are employed by the agency were properly trained at the time they were hired, but that gets very fuzzy very quickly. And so what it really boils down to is we have an 832 Harbor Department that wants to join. What is the commission's thoughts with respect to, should we welcome them in under the umbrella, or should we consider that they really need to come in if they join a larger? See if anyone had any thoughts on that.
Commissioner Cooper, I've seen a lot of these small agencies that hire folks that we all turn down. And that's where they go, to be honest, that's where they go to. So there's some concerns there with that. A lot of them rely on us for our radio in Sacramento. They use our radio channels. They don't have the resources. So there are a lot of issues regarding that.
Mr. Braun, if my feelings, if an agency is going to come into post, they need to meet post standards. So assuming they're 832, obviously they don't have post certificates, right? So I would want them to go through the training that's required and to be post certified if they're going to live under the post umbrella.
Currently, of course, what we say is once you come in, then you are required to follow the post regulation. So as you know, we have agencies where there are folks that have been there for a while that are 832, but then their new officers have to go through the full RBC. And so you do have that mix. So of course it's currently understood that once they come in, they would have to go through the RBC. But I think part of my question, which is, should we continue to do that? And I think I hear you say, yes, we should, instead of having them continue to be, to come in and have a full 832.
What you said.
Okay, got it.
Second.
Commissioner Gordon, you're agreeing with
Yeah.
Commissioner Brown? Yeah. Commissioner Brazil.
Commissioner Brazil. So Toby, let me get this right. So we've done this in the past. We brought 832 agencies in independent,
So
and then required they become RBC, all
let-
the new employees,
yeah,
or?
Well, let me put it this way. The analysis so far has been, we've really looked for agencies to have officers that have gone through the RBC, because that is the existing 1005 requirement, at least unless or until we modify it. Issue comes in that many of these agencies, in my view, have not necessarily been following the law correctly. And what the current post regulation says, and this is why it has come up, is it says that when an agency applies for admission, what we're supposed to look at is the question of, were those officers, when they were hired in accordance with whatever the legal standard was for that position at the time they were hired? Okay. The problem with that for our people to try to analyze is, in each case, like when I look at it, I'll look at it and go, I completely disagree. They think they're 832, but I don't. I think they meet one of the definitions in 832.3 or 832.4. They should have gone through the RBC. They didn't, but they thought, they were being hired properly in accordance with 832 at the time. So the regulation currently does have room. So let's say hypothetically, there's an agency where the individuals are permitted to be peace officers and they only have 832. Under the current regulation, then as long as though they were hired in accordance with the law at the time they were hired, they would be eligible for admission under the existing regulation. Like I said, the devil's in the details. Because with many of them, when I look at it, I just don't agree and don't think that that the law actually permits them to be doing what they do at the time. So I'm sorry, a long answer, but that's the best I could do.
A follow-up question, so I'm back to, what's the benefit for them coming into post? And then what's the benefit for us, them coming into post, if we decide to accept agencies in as standalone?
Well, I mean, I won't speak for them, but I would think that the agencies that want to come in, we all know the reasons why they want to come in. They want to be affiliated with the post program, take advantage of the benefits that the post program provides, the training reimbursements, the part of the post, sort of the prestige, so to speak, of being within the post program. So I can't speak for them, but that would be my guess.
Commissioner Gordon, the other piece of that is because of SB2, they are subject to the same complaint, misconduct, decertification. So there are some agencies that want to come into post because now there's some legislation pushing them in that direction. You know, there's some cities and different agencies that are now looking at that and going, if you are going to be a peace officer and now you are classified because of the section you're working for under falls under SB2. So now we want you to meet those training requirements because that's the way in which you meet them as you become part of post. So there's another piece to that being driven by SB2.
And then the benefit to post?
I mean, I think based on what I heard you say last time, Commissioner, is that the idea is to bring more people into the fold so that hopefully they would take advantage of the increased professionalization and training and regulatory guidance that we can provide. There may be more, Manny. I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that.
I think it was characterized as a little bit more oversight back in June. Yeah.
I just wanted it on the record that what the benefits were to both. And I think there's some liability protections for the agencies going, holy cow, we need to actually step up the training and make sure people are certified in compliance and those type of things. So it's the thought, Toby, to do like we did in the past. So if we went through this hypothetical agency wants to come in, they meet 832, we're convinced that the people who were hired appropriately at the time. But now when they're hiring new people, they have to go with the RBC. Right. Is that the idea? So that would step up the game for them.
Well, that is the way that the current regulation reads.
I may add that has happened. I mean, there's departments that we're aware of that are RBC departments, but they have historical folks that are still PC 832 trained at a regular police department. No,
Absolutely.
Here.
Yeah, we get those inquiries, right, from people saying, how come my chief can supervise me at state 32 and I have the RBC?
But it's not a hypothetical.
Right, it's real.
It's real. It's reality. We do have those across the state.
Commissioner Nieto, some of my concerns, and maybe you can answer this question too, is that when somebody joins post or they're joining a post agency, you have to go through a background. And so we're bringing them on and they fell under, Toby, you said that you look at if they were following the rules then. So hypothetically, we could be giving them certain powers and they wouldn't get hired through the normal process because there may be or may not be something in their background. So how are we going to verify that or not?
All right, I may not have, I probably didn't follow.
So when you
I
go
mean,
through the
if you're hiring
background
a peace
process for
officer-
post,
Yeah,
to be a
go ahead.
police officer, you have a
Yes.
background. We have certain
Yes, of course.
criteria and
Right.
it's pretty standardized now.
Right.
That's not the same for 832 folks, though. So how are we going to verify that? Are they going to do additional backgrounds? I know we're opening a big can of worms and how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? But that's some more questions and concerns I'm going to throw out there about these people's background or what may be in their packages.
Interesting. I mean, I wasn't aware that agencies were, I mean, I guess my thought would have been that since the government code says to be a peace officer, there's certain requirements that the agencies need to follow. I would have assumed that if you're hiring somebody and calling them a peace officer, that they're going through the background, but they're not, it sounds like. That's what you're telling me.
What I'm saying is that these 832s,
Right.
we don't know that. We didn't even know there was 832 agencies out there until SB2. I'm pretty sure, my animal control officers don't go through the same background that my peace officers do.
I wondered that very question, but I mean, if you look at the government code, 1031, it says every peace officer shall be found to be mentally and physically fit, right? And to go through a background. So, I mean, that is what the government code says. If you give them a peace officer title.
Yeah, the only thing is, it just says they have to go through a background investigation. That's it. Doesn't say what it requires, what kind of background, correct?
The background, you set I mean, post kind of
Yeah.
has requirements and certain things. But for somebody like that, you can do a background. It may be just your agency may decide, well, this is just an FBI check. We're going to make sure you're not a felon. And maybe we don't even check all the other states. It's not the same requirement is what I'm saying.
Commissioner Gordon, but I just want to clarify, as I understand it, when a agency requests to become a post agency, the post consultant goes out and reviews all of those backgrounds to make sure they meet post background requirements before they can become a post participating agency, regardless of even if it's an 832 or RBC, post is still checking those backgrounds. Is that not correct?
Yes, I don't want to step on, I think this is Tom talk, this area, but yes, it's my understanding that when the packet is submitted, that packet is then reviewed, and whether it's an LEC or another staff member, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, or Jim, then as part of that, they would review the file of each officer in the agency and make a determination as to whether that person was properly hired and what training there was or was not for that individual before we make the decision to accept the person in. Did I say that right?
Bureau Chief Tom Schott.
Voice from the audience. Okay, well, so one of the next questions then is, if we didn't have any more discussion on that. This question is kind of what we lawyers call a leading question. But that's because there are provisions in the law for certain peace officers, and the law says that their duties are enforcement of the law on the premises that they are responsible to police, or they're responsible for the protection of persons and property. Now, as we try to determine with 1005 how we're going to address these classifications of officers, the question that I had, it sounds to me like if I'm hired as a peace officer who's responsible for enforcement of the law in my geographic area, or I'm responsible for protection of persons and property in my geographic area, that sounds a lot to me like RBC. And of course, generally under our 1005 rules and state law, if you have somebody who is performing, general patrol functions and responding to calls for services and so forth, we would consider that that's an RBC position, and you've got to have a basic certificate under 832.4 and so forth. So I just wondered if there were any thoughts as to whether, and I'll give you for example, a Harbor District that I talked to some folks in their council and head of their, and they wanted to have local control and so forth, and so they have a geographical area, some within a city and some within a county, that they patrol. And if those types of individuals are doing this sort of work, the enforcement of the law in their area or protection of persons and property in their area, does the commission have any thought that that sounds like RBC, and that as we're structuring our regulations, if somebody is performing those sorts of duties, they should have the RBC before doing it? And I guess I was thinking, again, it was mentioned today, the level 1, level 2 reserves. You have somebody that's 832, that reserve officer's got to be under the supervision of a full officer, or sorry, level 1, level 3 or level 2 officer, excuse me, has to be under the supervision of another full-time, fully certified officer. So thoughts, if you have somebody, again, that really is doing what seems to be patrol and enforcing law and protecting persons and property in their area, does anybody think that does not sound RBC?
Let's have Commissioner Gordon answer that leading question.
Yes.
Let me just guess.
Let me guess.
It's not court, so I can get away with the leading question.
Well, I'll lead right into your question. That is in fact, that's an academy. That's not 832. They're carrying a firearm, they're making physical arrests. There's nothing in 832 that talks about code 3 response or driving a code 3 vehicle. They're driving vehicles with lights and siren. We could go beyond, but they're enforcing beyond an infraction. They're enforcing beyond just harbor and marine code, because they could actually operate under a different section and do limited duty under harbor and marine. And that would be what I would consider the more appropriate, but their duties as you're describing are RBC. So
Yeah, okay, there you go. Just wondered if any other commissioners had any other thoughts, or if you shared those views, if anyone wants to share on it.
Way to hit that softball.
Yeah, thanks so.
anytime, I'm here for you.
Commissioner Nieto, I think you already know how I feel about this from the leading questions I've asked. It's also the equity, getting back to the line officers, the reserve officers. I mean, they have to be a full-time person that has to watch over them who's been certified. And they have many, many more hours than these 832 folks. And these 832 folks can be operating in a geographic area with none of these requirements. So, yeah, I think that's just not good policy.
That's helpful. Thank you. Curious as to your thoughts on the next bullet point. Just trying to kind of get through these, and again, just bite-sized pieces. If you have these 832 officers, and again, to the extent the commission can lawfully regulate this, and we can in 1005 and in 1010, but just your thoughts, if you have an officer that hypothetically just has 832, and perhaps the 64-hour course as it currently stands, I wondered what your thoughts were about what types of duties it would be appropriate for them to perform without immediate supervision. So what I'm hearing is not general patrol, not responding to all calls for services, not enforcement of all legal issues within the area. But so in terms of making physical arrests or driving code 3 capable cars or responding to calls for service, what are your thoughts with respect to what an 832 can do or should be permitted to do? Thoughts?
No, sorry, Commissioner Braun, I do have thoughts. And it's gonna vary, right, as to what they are, like court security officers. They're not responding to calls. They're not driving code 3. They're not doing these things. It would be very specific to the role, but I would say that they shouldn't do any of the basic law enforcement patrol type functions, right? Respond to calls, even make arrests. My animal control people, they do investigations, but they don't make the arrests. We go out and do that for them. So, but they are armed because of the nature of where they work and how they work by themselves. So, and my court security officers are armed because they are securing the court. And I think the judges would be upset if they weren't armed. So it's going to be a long list of who can do what, right?
Commissioner Cooper, I think it's varying. I agree with Ingrid. It just really varies because sheriffs do use court security officers and they're cheaper than deputies. It's tough hiring. And then at Folsom Dam, we have a pretty good contingent, but they're providing a security function. They aren't really doing general law enforcement. So I think it really depends. It could be a myriad of things. Depends on what that specific job is. So it's kind of hard to narrow it down too much.
You're going to have a matrix of what the job is and what they can do and check marks.
Yeah, of course. And it's interesting because, as I said, we looked at the other states and they just don't seem to be going that way. Maybe we have to go that way, but you know, it's you want to be a peace officer, you go through the whole thing, or you're not a peace officer. But obviously we can go any direction that we want to go. One of the other challenges, of course, is that what I'll hear from these agencies is, well, it says in the statute that I'm just responsible for enforcement of the law with the primary duty of enforcing harbor and navigations code or whatever is what it, it'll say something like that. But they still have the obligation to enforce the law and protect the persons and premises of the property. And then I think realistically, as we found in our discussion with the park rangers, the question is when you have somebody who's got a badge and a gun and they are the ones on scene, if an armed deputy is 20 minutes away or a full deputy is 20 or 30 minutes away, are they not going to respond to the call? They probably are, right? So that's the other dynamic or question in terms of when we bless that an individual can be a peace officer. It might be that they're limited by, on paper, but the question is in reality when they have the badge and the gun and they're out there on their own without supervision, what sort of work might they be doing?
Commissioner Terrio, on the outside of the state of California, everyone, it's just one standard across the board in most states. Does that seem to be the norm? From what I'm hearing you describe?
Yeah, so what my attorney checked so far is Washington, Oregon, Nevada, and Arizona. And it was pretty much as I described. So in Washington, they're all general authority. They all take the basic law enforcement academy, with the exception that some general enforcement agencies hire their own special commission people and might hire somebody with limited training and have them do park ranger duties or whatever, but that's not governed by their post. They basically put the post basically just says, talk to your counsel and do the right thing. We can't do that in California because our statutory scheme is different. In Oregon, what my attorney said is that all officers receive the same training. And in Nevada, as I described, they do have 4 different courses: a reserve course, a course for correctional officers, a course for specialized investigators, bailiffs, and other limited duties, and then the full course. So that is in Nevada. And then in Arizona, it's all full authority, basic academy, 678 hours. There are no more specialty academies, so all new officers attend full authority training. So again, the other thing we're going to look at are sort of the 10 largest states in the country. And if there are any other states that you want us to look at, we will do that too. But that's what we found so far. And each state is different in terms of the statutory scheme. So it's sort of a limited utility, but it's interesting at least for us to see sort of where other folks are going.
But Commissioner Gordon, it does seem, the scheme of full correctional, that seems to be more along the line of what we're discussing, because most correctional or court security, their function and duties are very limited in terms of what they're doing. Even, to Sheriff Braun's point, when it comes to, her animal control officers, they're not making physical arrests. And so I think there is some room to look at some of those structures so it's not such a large matrix and come up with some standard that's not vague. And maybe looking at what they put in their correctional course for those, might also be helpful as he's doing his research.
Currently, I think for our correctional officers, it's the 832 plus then the correctional academy on top of that, and perhaps some other training as well. So, I mean, in some ways we do have that. We have, and I don't anticipate will change unless the commission wants to send us that way. We do have, the full RBC academies. We have the SIBC for our investigators, and then certainly for coroner and jail deputies and so forth, we have those slightly different standards for 832 or 832 plus jail training, etc. So certainly we have that striation, but this question is whether or not we're going to go even further. So, okay. I think that was the last discussion point. Just wanted to see if anybody else has anything to add or.
Anyone else? You big enough bite of your apple? There, Toby, you got what you needed? More questions, more comments, then we'll move to and ask Legislative Liaison Megan Polis to provide us a timely legislative update, given that the legislative session has just concluded.
Good afternoon. Megan Polis, legislative liaison for Post. As Chair Long just indicated, the 2024 legislative session just concluded on August 31st. And all bills that passed out of the legislature are now on the governor's desk. This is also the end of a 2-year session, meaning that bills that were from last year got carried over to this year. Anything that did not survive will not come back in that same form next year, but could be reintroduced as a new bill when we start the session next year. So today I'm going to discuss bills that will affect Post and law enforcement as a whole, but it's not a complete list. So the first bill is our elephant in the room, as Manny discussed a little bit earlier this morning, AB 852. So this bill was a gut and amend late in the session to really assist law enforcement stakeholders with clarification to the upcoming implementation of peace officer education requirements, or as we know as AB 89 from 2021. However, it was discovered that there was a grammatical error made in the government code section 1031.4 that would have essentially eliminated several categories of peace officers from the current age requirement of 21. Literally, we're talking about a comma and a period. This error was unfortunately discovered past the amendment date, and the stakeholders involved did not want to proceed with the error in the language, even though we promised we would fix it incoming next year. They didn't want to proceed with it, so ultimately killed the bill. There are conversations to have this bill return next session, but there are still concerns with the existing language from AB 89 or Penal Code 13511.1, which requires Post to approve and adopt the education criteria for peace officers based on the recommendations in the report submitted by the California Community Colleges within 2 years of submission. So that timeline would make the education requirement effective October 2025. So there is a little bit of a gap between when we could do another cleanup bill, when that could become effective, and this October 2025 implementation date, as Manny talked about this morning. Are there any questions on that bill before I move forward?
He's termed out, Commissioner Cooper, so he's gone. Joan Sawyer is.
Yes,
Yeah.
he is termed out. You confused me with the termed out Commissioner Cooper piece. I'm looking at you like I know. Okay, I'll move on to the next bill then if there's no other questions. The next bill is AB 2020 by Assemblymember Bonta. So this bill, among other things, mandates that Post create guidelines for law enforcement interactions with survivors of human trafficking by June 1st of 2026. And it also mandates that law enforcement agencies create a policy based on Post guidelines by December 1 of 2026. The next bill, AB 2138 by Assemblymember Ramos. This bill would establish a pilot program for 3 specific tribes to have peace officer authority in California. The bill states that Post and DOJ work together with these specific tribes in establishing peace officer authority for them. However, the language that was submitted eliminated DOJ from some of the responsibilities and placed them instead on Post. The language instead would make Post responsible for verifying the tribes have complied with a variety of requirements, much of them outside of the scope of Post's current duties. And we anticipate it would cause at minimum the need for several additional attorneys to cover the needs of the program. And it's uncertain at this time where this bill will end up. It is on the governor's desk.
Commissioner Cooper, and what 3 tribes are those?
So initially the bill outlined 3 specific tribes, and then they ended up striking that language to just identify no specific tribes, but that only 3 could be a part of the pilot program.
Okay.
The next bill is AB 2541 by Assemblymember Baines. This bill requires post to develop guidelines addressing wandering associated with Alzheimer's disease, autism, dementia, etc. The bill language includes minimum content such as protocols for deploying agency resources, developing community awareness and coordination and communication protocols between agencies. And it's on the governor's desk. This one does not require a policy. It's just simply post creating guidelines. AB 2621 by Assemblymember Gabriel. This bill would require post to update our current hate crimes model policy and training to include identifying when a gun violence restraining order is appropriate to prevent a hate crime and the procedure for seeking a GVRO. The bill would additionally require instruction on responses to hate crime waves against specified groups, including the LGBTQ and Jewish communities. And the bill further revises hate crime policy requirements, and that is also on the governor's desk. The next bill, AB 3021 by Assemblymember Colra. So this bill would have required specific information to be stated prior to interviewing an immediate family member of a person who has been killed or seriously injured by a peace officer. I'll just say that the bill was killed. The next bill is Senate Bill 989 by Senator Ashby. This bill will require Post to add procedures and techniques to its domestic violence guidelines in relations to deaths related to domestic violence. It'll also require Post to update the mandated domestic violence refresher course, and that bill is also on the governor's desk. The next bill, Senate Bill 1020 by Senator Bradford. This bill requires law enforcement agency and academies to prohibit the use of ethnic shooting targets. The bill defines ethnic shooting target as any physical range target that depicts a human form or part of a human form that includes skin colors or facial features from which a person might reasonably discern a race or ethnicity of the person depicted. An ethnic shooting target does not include a silhouette target or a human form target that is a non-human skin color, such as green or blue, that does not have facial features. The bill also further defines training to not only in the academy, but any in-service training to peace officers that involves live fire firearms training. And it states that it does not apply to the use of realistic training simulators that utilize live actors or live actors in video playback. This bill is also on the governor's desk. And finally, both AB 2042 and AB 3241, the bills in relation to police canine use, both died. So I anticipate this concept will be reintroduced in the next session. So those are the bills I'm highlighting today. The governor has until the end of this month to sign or veto. And we all know this is an election year, so there will be a large turnover in our state legislature. New members will be sworn in December, and we will see what happens. And I'm, as always, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Megan. We're going to take a 10-minute break to let Kathy rest her fingers in her brain, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. That is at 2:30. Thank you very much. Go, according to progress. All right, we move now to item 3, the Training, Delivery and Compliance Bureau, Issue A, Bureau Chief Tom Chalk and Staff Services Manager Eric Garolaga. Did I get that right, Eric?
Correctly.
Will report on proposed changes to Commission Reg 1005 regarding continuing professional training mitigation. Gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. So I'll do a short reminder. We talked about this about several times now. First time September 2023, and the next time in November of 2023 as well. And you asked us to go back and make various updates to assist our participating departments while also keeping them accountable. And we feel that this revision may be the direction that you would like us to go. And so currently, peace officers and public safety dispatchers are required to complete the 24-hour of continuing professional training, CPT, within a 2-year cycle. These statistics are currently available on the Post Data Warehouse website. And so currently there is no ability for any of the departments to be able to report any impacted individuals who may have qualifying mitigating factors to post who are unable to complete the CPT training. And so TDC, or Training Delivery Compliance Bureau, has reached out to departments statewide. We sent out a survey to 600 plus agencies. We did receive 205 of those responses back. And after some comparison and analysis, we were able to get the following qualifying mitigating factors, which were administrative leave, Family Medical Leave Act, FMLA, limited duty, long-term disability, medical leave, military leave, retirement, and workers' compensation. So effective for CPT cycles, starting on January 1st, 2025, employing departments will be able to indicate on the electronic data interchange, EDI, peace officers and public safety dispatchers who have qualifying mitigating factors, impacting their ability to complete all required CPT training within the cycle. So departments as of right now, or as we get into it, we'll be able to indicate those individuals with qualifying mitigating factors. For example, January 1st, 2025, the cycle would be ending in December 31st, 2026. And then they would have 90 days after the cycle ends to continue to mitigate those, to mitigate individuals as it goes forward. So March 31st, 2027. Departments will be attesting to posts that the individuals impacted will be unable to complete training for the entirety of the current cycle, and they will select add as mitigated individual in EDI. The second screen also shows that departments will also be able to remove that mitigation if needed. So for instance, we have someone who goes on a 2-year military leave, returns after 6 months, and then the department will be able to go in, remove that mitigation as they did mitigate that individual so that they can complete the training within that cycle, since they still have about a year and 6 months to be able to do so.
Sure, Nieto, I have a question. What if they go for a year and 8 months?
Year and
Or
8 months, and then they still have 2 months within the cycle to do it.
Yeah.
And so if they
Are you
have,
gonna have, so what I'm asking is there gonna be rules saying, hey, here's the minimum, here's the maximum? See what I'm saying? That's a little bit of a slippery slope too. We're asking that.
fair enough, I'll continue on and I'll be able to take more questions as we go along. So currently the CPT statistics are provided again on the data website, data warehouse. And so they show current CPT cycle. They show the total peace officers and public dispatchers that are available for the CPT cycle. Peace officers and public dispatchers required to complete CPT, individuals who were CPT compliant, and then the percentage itself. What we would continue to add to that now is 90 days after the cycle is completed, the CPT statistics would be available for report afterwards. This will include the following information. So the current CPT cycle, the total peace officers and public safety dispatchers, peace officers and public safety dispatchers required to complete CPT, the amount of individuals who completed CPT, the amount of individuals who were reported as mitigated, as that's not one of them right now, and percentage of CPT compliance. So the benefits for the solution would be, with the inclusion of the amendment itself, departments would be able to tell the complete story here. They would be able to indicate personnel who were not able to complete training during the due to qualifying mitigating factors. This was not currently factored into the CPT compliance statistics, and now will give departments the opportunity to give that insight. And then this will also help correct CPT compliance percentages, as mitigated individual numbers will now be factored into the total percentage. And so, for instance, if one agency had 9 peace officers who need to complete CPT training, 4 of them were able to complete the CPT training within the cycle. 2 of them were mitigated individuals. Instead of the percentage being 44.44%, it would show as 66.67% compliant with the factored mitigated individuals included. Non-reportable items. And so as qualifying mitigating factors are listed in the proposed amendment, are related to personnel matters, departments shall not identify any of those to post when it comes to the mitigating factors for any individual. So there will be no ability in EDI to report or to upload any kind of documentation. Departments will may keep documentation for the impacted individuals' personnel file at their discretion. Any questions?
So can you go back to just Commissioner Gordon? Can
Commissioner
you go
Gordon.
back to the last slide?
Yes.
As we're reporting, are we reporting by individual?
Yes.
And then how is that going to show up forward facing? Is it just going to be the overall number? Because smaller agencies, they may have one person on administrative leave for a personnel issue. So I would not want it to be identifiable to the public as to what kind of the reasoning that they did not complete it.
Chair Long, members of the commission, Tom Chalk, Post. To answer your question, Commissioner, what the public facing side of the website would show is strictly a statistic number, not why the person was mitigated. So if it's FMLA or they're on admin leave for some reason, we don't want to know that either. It's just whether or not did this person miss the 24 hours of training in the cycle, yes or no. And that's all we're tracking. The agency on the other hand would need to keep that documentation for whatever purpose down the road. Thank you.
Commissioner Gordon, I'm sorry, Chair Long, may I add to that? So, part of that discussion that we had is obviously just what Tom stated. However, we are also cognizant of, we may get a Public Records Act request saying, who are the individuals who have been mitigated? And there's a pretty good chance, or we think, that we would have to provide that list. Our intention is not to put it on the website, but it would be, hey, these individuals are mitigated, we don't know why. You got to talk to the department, and the department may say no if it's a personnel issue or whatever reason was cited for the mitigation. But we would probably have to release the names of those who were mitigated.
Commissioner Brazil.
I was just clarifying, we give them the definition of what they can consider mitigation. They just check, so there's no, so if somebody got a PRA and Rick Brazil shows up as mitigated, they wouldn't know if I was on military leave or admin leave or FMLA or sick or anything else. They would just know I was mitigated. And then based on what I saw, we then have no ability to go back and audit the agency. Because we're telling them you don't have to keep the records. So they could just put stuff on there. We could find an agency that's mitigating 25% of their agency and we can't go audit that. Is that something we want to give up, that ability to do that, to make sure they're doing it right?
Tom Chalk, Post. I just want to add to your comment, sir, that Post currently, we have no regulatory authority to take any action against an officer or dispatcher who does not complete the 24-hour requirement in a 2-year cycle. And so the idea behind this is also to get agencies an opportunity to now start thinking about why their employees are missing training. And we presented this to my regional LECs that are deployed throughout the state of California. And the same questions came up. And at first thought is, well, what if someone was only gone from work for 3 weeks and they're lacking in their 24-hour training requirement? How could that be considered a mitigation? And we kind of purposely stayed away from setting limits as to you have to be gone for a certain length of time for a mitigation to even apply. And the reason why we did that is each agency has different training cycles, and they're very unique to the size of the agency, to the region, how they train their people. So it could be the case that you could be gone for 3 months or 2 weeks and miss your training opportunity. So this goes right back on the agency to attest that this person missed the training due to a mitigating factor that we outline, and that's where we're at. And maybe down the road, this could also perhaps lead to some type of regulatory change where we would start looking at what happens if we mandate. Well, we have a mandate now, but we just don't have any enforceable action. I think this is also a good step moving in the right direction. Hope that answered your question.
Yeah, and I totally understand the training cycles, particularly smaller jurisdictions. They got very small windows to get people through. And it could be something happens, somebody gets injured, and yeah, they were only out for a month, but that's their 1 month training cycle because they're small. I was more looking at if there's a flag in here, we've got an agency that consistently is 25%. I just made up 25%. 25% of their agency they're mitigating, and they're not a 4-person agency where it's 1 person, right? Our ability when you see the forward-facing side, you could see somebody going, wait a second, there's this huge percent of this mid-sized agency consistently year after year is mitigating. They're not sending their people to training. Something's wrong, and they're going to turn to Post. What are you doing about it? And we're going to say, we can't do anything about it because we don't make them keep records. So I'm just anticipating that something might happen. I like what we're doing because it shows a truer picture. We still have the issue of when do you report your total peace officers? What date do you pick? Because every day it changes for some agencies, so it's kind of locked in there. But a little asterisk for that. But that was just my curiosity. If something if we'd say an agency that's abusing it, or just decided we just don't want to comply with Post regulations, we're just not going to send anybody. It's not the individual, it's the agency I was concerned about.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
I would say my concern is, I think it was what Commissioner Nieto might have started to get into. I don't see why we wouldn't have more guardrails on this. I mean, I'm fine with the overall objective of identifying and reporting mitigated officers and so forth, but without any guardrails, any time constraints whatsoever, we're a little bit about creating kind of an incentive here for, reporting late in the cycle and, avoiding your CPT. I don't know. I have no idea. You guys, the chiefs and sheriffs may have some idea how big a problem that is, but it worries me that there's no guardrails here. So I mean, I'm fine with the reporting and everything else and the goals and adopting the regs about, keeping these things private, but why we wouldn't have any kind of guardrails in terms of time factor escapes me. That's my concern. I realize Post does not have the stick really to enforce this thing, but I also wonder if we don't inadvertently create a bit of an incentive for people to report late in the cycle. And I wonder if any of the sheriffs if it's a problem at all, or a potential problem for you folks.
Commissioner Nieto, and maybe I'm just distrusting because I've been in this business a very long time, but I think most people are honest, but you never know what the political environment is, and people are looking at these reports and saying, oh my God, you're, and I'm thinking, because I'm elected as sheriff, you're horrible sheriff, you're only 64%. And so the next cycle, I'm going to go in and I'm like, we're going to mitigate everything, folks. And I'm not saying that's happening. I'm not saying I'm doing that. I was just thinking that, worst case scenario. And I know we're not a regulatory agency, but I too would like to just see some guardrails, maybe not. I may say, no, this is stupid later on. But I guess it's a start. So thank you.
Commissioner Terrio, there's additional waivers that are allowed and granted, I'm assuming, right?
Tom Chalk Post, I'm sorry, sir, in what regard?
Or if folks pass up these timelines, aren't there additional like waivers granted on a case-by-case basis?
Not from a post standpoint, not from us, no.
They'll still have, sorry, Eric Jarlaga, they'll still have the 90 days after the cycle is completed to even input anything that they might need to, again, mitigate during that time. And so once we finally, like I said, from 2025 to 2026, they'll still have from January 1st all the way to March 31st to be able to, again, provide the mitigation if needed.
Tom Chalk Post again. Chair Long, when you reference guidelines, is this more of a time, like a time limit, or what? Someone has to be out of work for a certain
Yeah, I would
period
say
of
more
time?
along those lines. I mean, my preference would be, and of course, I would defer to the sheriffs and chiefs who have to run these things, would be to get some type of more definitional guardrails and bring it back in November, if it might be my druthers, but yeah, along those lines. Something.
I will say, Commissioner Gordon, to a point that's already been made, even for a mid-sized agency, we're in the process of doing all of our Archon right now. Just the way of our training schedule has played out over the last 2 years. So it could be that because someone goes out on an injury today and misses training the next 2 weeks and then comes back the second week of December, they may be out of compliance and only been off of work for 2 months. And then the question is going to be, well, you know, why they haven't been out that long. So I would just caution when we're talking about establishing timelines and stuff, to the point that's already been made, the amount of CPT, the way it has to be done, meeting the requirements, doing the scheduling, getting the instructors is a challenge for every agency, big, small, different challenges in different ways. So I would just caution in the minds of what makes sense versus the reality of really, trying to get through all the training that has to be done. Because in addition to the CPT that we're talking about, there's still all sorts of CPT that's not covered in those hours that we're doing, whether it's hate crime, whether it's domestic violence, whether it is ethics training that we have to do with the city. There's a lot of different things that culminate in the amount of training that we have to accomplish. So I would just be conscientious about that fact. I think this is a great start in terms of the transparency and putting the light on agencies who are not completing their CPT. It will be very evident very quickly. And then once we see that, then maybe we make additional changes to it. But I would highly encourage us to see what this looks like first, because there are significant challenges with completing CPT in the 2-year cycle, which I understand we don't see it, but besides that, if you have a new detective, they have to go to a 40-hour detective school. There's all sorts of things for different functions that this does not account for. So, and then this is a question for post staff. When you get a PRA requesting the names, will you be notifying the agency that you're releasing those names?
So when we get PRAs for anything, we always reach out to the agency to give them a heads up that, hey, we have a Public Records Act request for the following records. So we do that, supposed to be doing that systematically now, regardless of what's being requested. Yes. If I could, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Doring, to Commissioner Nieto's point too, I think if we look at putting in a safeguard, whatever, maybe 2 months, 3 months, I don't think that necessarily prohibits an agency from still coming up with whatever numbers they want to and mitigating. So if our concern is that an agency might try to work around and that a safeguard would prevent that, I don't think really that would be the case. No matter what number we put on it, an agency could still report whatever they see fit, and we have no regulations to take over it. So I don't know that it would actually solve the issue.
Tom Chalk Post. The other, getting back to the data and having that historical, we already have historical records of CPT compliance rates for all of our post-participating agencies in the state. And I think if this would be an interesting other data point to look at moving forward to compare with from past compliance rates and see what those, how those numbers change if they do. And if then we can take a look at with data, whether or not there seems to be some type of, I wouldn't say abuse is probably not the right term, but something that just doesn't look right, that we can take another look and perhaps figure out the proper way to incorporate some parameters. But we went back and forth on this too before we brought it to all of you regarding that very topic. And the overarching response that we received from the field is, well, some agencies don't do training year round. It's in a very short amount of time, and someone could miss that again and only be gone for 3 weeks out of the 2-year cycle and come up short on training. It's not the norm, but it's certainly a possibility.
Director Alvarez.
So I know we were kind of on all sides in terms of how we address this, and I completely agree with everything that was said on all sides, and all really discussions that we've had. So really, it's an effort for us to try to shine a light, I think is the term that was used, on those departments that aren't complying with the training standards. If you look at the compliance data now on the dashboard, most are. They're in the high 90s, but you'll see some that are 0%. And we have seen post profiles of individuals that have literally not completed 1 hour of post-certified training in over 10 years. And there's multiples of those individuals out there. So this was an effort to try to correct some of that. And really, we had discussions about, all right, well, it's that department head. If they want to start mitigating 50% of their staff, people are going to see that on the website. If everybody else is mitigating it at a rate of 1%, 50% is going to stand out. The other challenge for us is our records just aren't accurate. So when we do our compliance checks and we're getting close to the end of the cycle, there may be a discussion on, hey, Manny Alvarez, your officer has not completed training. And it's like, yeah, he's been gone for 2 years. He's on military leave. Well, he shows out of compliance. And when we get that PRA request, Manny Alvarez is highlighted as being out of compliance. So this kind of addresses part of that. And then now I'm losing my train of thought.
What if it goes back and Manny Alvarez, the PRA shows that Manny Alvarez is only gone for 1 week?
Well, the PRA, yeah, well, it doesn't, we just show that Manny Alvarez is out of compliance. We don't know why. So yeah, we have no idea. And as Commissioner Brazil mentioned, we don't go back to the department. I don't even know if they would, I don't even know if we'd be allowed to look at those records, right? If they're personnel records. The other point that I was going to make, I think it's exacerbated. I'm not saying we should change it, but it's exacerbated by a 24-month cycle. Because generally, I mean, if they're taking their time to get their CPT training, if there is a department, like, wow, you got 2 years. Well, when that 2-year cycle comes and it's December, and now something happens where they're out on a medical leave for 2 weeks, they're out of compliance. If the cycle is shorter, I think we'd have less challenges. But again, not saying that we should change that. From what I've seen, most states, it's a 12-month cycle, not a 24-month cycle. So what we tell people, which is correct, but it's also, I don't know if it's the best practice, we tell them, hey, well, you should complete the training at the very beginning of the cycle. Just get it done with, which is good because they comply. But then if it's a 24-month cycle, some then wait on the second cycle till the very end. So in theory, they haven't had training for 4 years. So there's challenges all around, but this is kind of a first step, at least, to get more accurate records and really to try to be transparent. We don't disagree with the guardrails that you all mentioned. I mean, we've talked about that. Other states do have guardrails, if person is gone for X percentage of the cycle, or if it was within the last 3 months that they were gone. we're definitely open for discussion, open to bringing it back with some modifications.
I guess, my concern was just, you talk about the rare bad actors, kind of my only concern on this whole thing was, does putting these guidelines without guardrails into the regs give the rare bad actors, cover? That's all. That's my concern. That's why I think I'd be happier with some kind of guardrails. I understand what others have said, so. Any other questions or comments for anyone? Motion.
I'll second. Commissioner Dory.
Essex, would you call the roll? Or Mr. Knapp?
I got
it.
Barcelona.
No, excuse me. Let me clarify. The motion by Mr. Brazil, I believe, was to, right?
Accept the staff recommendation.
Was to adopt staff recommendation.
Commissioner Barcelona. Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil. Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Doring,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Chair Long,
Abstain.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Terrio.
Yes.
Motion passes. Move to the next item. Item 4, the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division. We're going to take a couple of these items out of order just for ease of discussion. So A will be Chief Brian South will report on a staff request to authorize the executive director to amend the current Axon Enterprise contract to purchase additional licenses to store video evidence for law enforcement agencies related to serious misconduct. The original 4-year contract, the reason we're hearing this is the original 4-year contract was for $230K, just under the $250K that requires reporting to the commission. This new piece of the contract will be $56,000, which puts it to $287, $27,000 over the limit, thereby needing commission approval. Mr. South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Good afternoon. As the Chair mentioned, this is the report on our request to amend the contract for Axon Enterprise. Post did secure a contract with Axon Enterprise to take in and store video evidence that is submitted by law enforcement agencies when they're making their reports pursuant to SB2. And as was mentioned, the original 4-year contract was $230,400 for 50 software licenses for our evidence.com Axon users. Those licenses include evidence storage as well. This amendment that we're asking the commission to consider would add 20 additional licenses for an additional cost of $56,380.80, bringing the total contract amount for the 4 years to $286,780.80. The reason we need those extra 20 licenses over these last year and a half, we've been adding additional staff. And so we need to accommodate the additional staff, law enforcement consultants and analysts primarily, who are reviewing and processing and evaluating this material. We need to provide them licenses so they have access to the system to do that work. So we would ask the commission to amend the contract with Axon to purchase those 20 additional software licenses.
Commissioner Terrio. Make a motion to approve item 4B.
Is there a second?
Second. Moon.
Is there objection to unanimous consent? Seeing none, so moved. Next item, Chief Counsel Toby Darden will report on a request to delegate authority to the executive director to approve default revocation orders.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioners, as you know, when you vote to take action against an officer's license by means of a revocation or suspension, you give direction to the division to take the matter back, send it to the Attorney General's office, and have an accusation filed against the officer. As part of that process during the Administrative Procedure Act, the Attorney General's office serves an accusation upon the officer and at the same time notifies the officer under law that upon receipt of the accusation, they have to file a written response, a request for hearing or notice within 15 days after service of the accusation. If not, under the law, and they are told, we proceed upon the accusation without further proceedings and enter a default order of revocation or suspension. Currently, we bring those orders to the commission because the commission is the body that can revoke or suspend. In fact, we'll be hearing a default decision and revocation order in a few minutes. But this can be delegated by the commission to the executive director. And by doing so, it enables Post to enter these revocation or suspension orders in a timely manner and bring a fast resolution to a case where the commission has sought disciplinary action. By delegating to the executive director and allowing the executive director to do the revocation and therefore avoiding what could be potentially another 3 or 4 month delay in the issuance of a default order, it can also help prevent the respondent from being hired by another law enforcement agency within California or another state when there is this pending disciplinary action being sought by the commission. And we believe that expediting the default decision is in the best interest of public safety. Brandy, do you guys have the language to throw? Do that in just a second. So the government code permits the taking of a default in section 11-520A, where the officer fails to file a notice of defense or notice of participation or fails to appear at the hearing. But once they are served with the notice of default, within 7 days after they are served with it, they can file a motion showing good cause and requesting that it be vacated, and then we can vacate that order and grant a hearing. Similarly, if an application for certification is denied by the commission and the individual fails to file the appropriate response, the commission can issue a final order denying the application for certification. This is the language that I'll be asking the commission to approve if it so desires. In accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act, Government Code Section 11500 et sec, the commission hereby delegates to the executive director the ability to issue, without further proceeding, a default decision and order pursuant to Government Code Section 11520A, where the respondent either fails to file a notice of defense or, where applicable, notice of appearing, or to appear at the hearing. The default decision and order may make factual findings and determination of issues and may order the imposition of discipline against respondent's license as requested in the accusation or deny an application for certification as appropriate. The commission also delegates to the executive director the authority to vacate the default decision and order and grant a hearing in accordance with Government Code Section 11520C. Staff is also hereby permitted to include this delegation of authority into the commission policy manual. If the commission approves, we would ask for a motion to approve that delegation, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Barcelona, I have a question.
Yes,
So are
of
these
course.
cases that that the commission's already
Yeah.
decided on?
Yes, so
Okay,
so-
so we've
so-
already decided, we've seen it, we know
Correct.
what the background is, and we've made a decision.
correct. So for instance,
Okay.
we're going to see one in a few moments with a case involving an officer that the commission heard and made the determination to revoke certification. It was a school resources officer who had shown that inappropriate material to students on campus. In that case, we sent it to the AG's office. They filed an accusation in proper legal form, served it upon the respondent fails to appear. So those are the cases that we're talking about where the commission has already heard it, has made a determination to take discipline, and the Attorney General's office has served the revocation of the accusation, on the respondent, but the respondent defaulted, failed to file a notice of hearing. The law says we can take the default, and the truth is, if we don't take the default, then how do you move it forward, right? You served the person with it. They have the right to request a hearing. They don't request a hearing and just default. Same thing in civil court. If there's a civil complaint served, you have, period of time, 20 to 30 days to file an answer. If you don't, it can take a default against you in the civil case. Same thing here. So
Okay.
yes, these are cases we have heard.
Thank you.
Commissioner Nieto makes
Yes.
the motion to delegate the authority to the executive director as presented by Post Legal Counsel.
Cooper seconds.
Before we take a vote on that, there was a question, I believe, from Commissioner Yule.
Please, so reporting back to the commission, how often would that occur? All,
Yeah, so the presumption would be that in these cases, as you know, and Manny, I have you jump in too, but you know, what we normally do is we report back to the commission with respect to the actions we've taken, for instance, felony convictions and other statistics. So the presumption would be in those cases where we filed an accusation and then the executive director issued the default, that the commission would be notified, likely by some sort of report on consent at the next meeting.
So we have a motion and a second. Mr. Knapp, please call the roll.
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
yes.
Commissioner Doring,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Terrio.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next item. C, Bureau Chief Brian South will report on 15 proposed peace officer revocations based on felony convictions. And let me add before Brian starts, I think this might be, we also would probably like to ask the question, do we also wish to, we've had several of these before, 15, 20, dozen of them. Do we want to default? We can also do the same thing we did for the default and allow that to happen without taking that vote. If anyone's, we couldn't do it today, we have to put that on the agenda for November. Before Brian goes through those 15, let me just ask Mr. Alvarez, do you guys have a preference on that, or, and then do any of the commissioners have a preference? Do we want to go through the 15 every time and name them, or do we want to essentially allow that to happen automatically?
So I take the issue is similar in that when somebody is convicted of a felony after January 1, 2022, we have to revoke their certification. We have been coming back to you, as we are going to do today, I believe, right, Brian, to show you, hey, this individual was convicted of a felony. Are you okay with us revoking their certification? So we propose, internal discussion that we've had is we propose doing the same thing in November and asking for your permission to allow us to take action on their revocation for felony convictions if they, once we notify them that they basically say, yeah, I've been convicted of a felony and we'd like to move forward. Obviously, we present it as a consent item as opposed to a voting item, which is what you're going to do today. So please, Brian.
And to be clear, these are automatics.
Correct.
So
They're
yeah.
felony convictions.
So maybe we could get an informal nod on that. Would people prefer to go that way? If so, we would agendize it for November, and then we wouldn't have to take the vote on it. Someone could object on consent, but we wouldn't have to take the vote if people didn't want to. Is that something that people want to agendize for November? Or do you want to keep voting on them?
I'd say
And-
put it on consent. Sorry, Commissioner Braun.
Okay with that?
Could always pull it off the
Yeah.
consent calendar if there's a question.
Right. Okay.
Commissioner Terry, sorry, Chair,
I'm
some of
sorry,
the
Terry.
folks on these lists says misdemeanors, but not felonies, is that?
Well, let Brian present them right
Okay.
now, but these are, yeah, why don't, that's.
What we're discussing, would that?
Correct,
encompass
it's
these
the
folks as
exact
well?
thing, yes,
Okay.
yes, these people it would be a consent. Yeah,
Okay.
because they're automatic revocations.
Yes, there in Government Code 1029, there are certain qualifying misdemeanors that are specifically listed in addition to all felonies. Brian South. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian South with Post. As was mentioned, this is a report on Government Code Section 1029 convictions occurring after January 1st, 2022 that are being processed by the Peace Officer Standards Accountability Division, POSAD, for revocation. POSAD has identified the individuals listed in the report, and if we could put that up on the screen, as being disqualified from holding office as or being employed as peace officer in the state of California and subject to revocation, resulting from the factors identified in Government Code 1029, which are convictions for felony or qualifying misdemeanor, as I mentioned. So we'll put this list up on the screen and kind of scroll through. You can take a look. It's also in your agenda materials. If you have any specific questions about any of these, we certainly would be happy to try to answer that. But as we kind of scroll through, this is a voting item. So if the commission concurs, the appropriate action would be a motion to approve the revocation action as specified in this report.
Commissioner Terry, are any of these cases in any state of appeal?
Not these, no. These are 1029 revocations, so Toby can probably weigh in, but
Sorry, criminal appeal.
these would be convictions.
The total conviction.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Brian, let me ask Manny to clarify here. Sorry for interjecting. This also would apply if we allowed you to do this next November. This also, I guess, speeds up basically the process. So the same issue applies here as it did for the defaults.
Yes, it becomes more timely after this meeting. Basically, we start preparing all the documentation to revoke their certifications on all of these individuals. It's maybe less problematic with the felony convictions, but as Toby mentioned, with the other defaults, it's of interest to get them revoked timely, is a good way to put it.
If I can add, William Darden, on your question with respect to the appeal, there's already a provision in law 13510.7 of the Penal Code, which is the provision that has always applied to the commission, that if we become aware of a disqualifying conviction under 1029, that we're required to enter in their profile the notation that they are ineligible to be a peace officer in California. And there is a provision in that law that recognizes that in the event that the person is convicted, but then through some sort of lengthy appeals process may ultimately get that reversed, then there is a procedure in which that can then be raised, and post would then remove the ineligibility notation. So I don't want you to think that it's not possible that with some of these convictions, the person might be able to get some sort of a reversal, but that would then be taken into account. It's complicated a little bit on the revocations because of some language, some new language with SB2, which basically said that if they plea to a disqualifying offense, then that plea disqualifies them in and of itself, even if there's some sort of a later order reversal on appeal or whatever. So it does get complicated, but it is one of the things our legal department looks at each one of these.
Commissioner Terry, thank you. That clears it all up for me, because I just know sometimes there are, and it's obviously a scintilla of cases, but where, years later, something could be overturned and thrown out. That's all, the only reason I asked. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely. And Brian South, and I'm glad Toby mentioned, just from an internal process perspective, Toby's legal team looks at every single one of these and does a legal analysis with the actual court records themselves.
Any other questions or comments on the 15 folks there? Is there a motion
Commissioner Gordon?
for revocation? Is there a second?
Commissioner Terry.
Mr. Knapp, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil.
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Doring,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon.
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Terrio.
Yes.
Motion carries.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, before we move on to the next agenda topic, as we were looking at some data recently and statistics, I'll be pithy, but do you mind if I share just a few items of statistics on outcomes unrelated to hearings at this time?
Pithy away.
All right, very good. So as I mentioned, when we were looking at some of the statistical data, we were looking at the calendar year 2024 for statistics year to date and projecting out for the rest of the year. And we just thought it might be beneficial just to share some of these numbers. So we're looking at issuing 43 notice of intent to revoke notices, 20 default revocations, 69 voluntary surrenders, 126 1029 convictions, like the ones we just talked about, and 81 immediate temporary suspensions. And so basically that's somewhere around 300 certification actions that we're taking as we work through these cases that are not resulting in any kind of board or commission hearing. So we thought that was important just to point out. What we're finding is that many of these cases, as we work through them, are actually resolving in other ways other than going to the board or the commission. They may be defaulting, they may be voluntarily surrendering, they may result in a 1029 conviction. None of those outcomes, although they're certification outcomes and it does require a staff workload lift, they're just not going to result in board hearings. We're projecting somewhere between maybe 12 board cases for the calendar year 2024, but we have somewhere around 300 certification actions that have occurred. So we just wanted to share that with you that we found as we were going through the statistics, and I appreciate your indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you very much for the information. It's very helpful, very interesting. D is we're having lots of little firsts here. D is a report on a final decision, again, a case that we have heard of settlement terms regarding Cesar Diaz. By way of reminder, the Diaz case involved two DUIs within 10 weeks, blood alcohol content of 0.14 and 0.19. Last meeting, the commission passed a motion directing counsel to draft specified settlement terms and negotiate with Diaz based on the goals identified in closed session. Staff reached agreement with respondent on the settlement. So the matter is again before the commission today to simply adopt the final settlement agreement that we agreed to last hearing. I'd like to further note that Mr. Diaz called in today, a little unusual, but what he wanted to say was thank you for essentially thank you for the time and the consideration of the settlement agreement, which is basically a suspension and allows him to keep going if he does X, Y, and Z as outlined in the settlement agreement. So this is before us for a vote, Brian? And Toby?
Sure. So as mentioned, the commission in June requested that we negotiate with Mr. Diaz with respect to specifically identified settlement terms. Commission's aware of these now. We've done them in previous cases in terms of the standard settlement terms for these cases. The chair and the vice chair were aware of what the terms were in this particular case, and we have now received that signed stipulated agreement. If the commission wishes, we can go into closed session to discuss the terms. However, as I think the chair has noted, they're consistent with the terms that the commission is familiar with, so we can go into it or not as the commission wishes. If the commission wishes to go into closed session, we can. If not, then we would simply request that the commission move to accept the settlement, and then once the settlement has been adopted by the commission, that's the point where I can then publicly disclose those same terms to the public.
Let me just add for Commissioner Doring and Commissioner Terrio, who may have not followed this case. He resigned from the LAPD last November. He's no longer employed as a peace officer in the state of California. He is, however, employed as a peace officer in Billings, Montana.
LAPD, LA Unified School District Police Department, from what I remember.
Oh, he was LAPD, wasn't he? He was school? Okay. Got it. Okay. Is there a motion to finalize the settlement? Is there a second?
Cooper.
Mr. Knapp, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Doring,
I'll abstain just from not being on the commission at the time.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
and Commissioner Terrio.
I'll abstain for the same reason.
Motion passes.
You know, disclose the terms.
We're going to disclose the terms again.
All right, so yeah, sure. For the record, the terms of the settlement agreement are as follows. Mr. Diaz has agreed to obey all laws and criminal court orders, to not engage in further acts of serious misconduct. He will keep the division apprised of his current address and contact information, and the probation is told for any period of residency outside of California. If he returns to California and seeks employment as a peace officer in the state, he agrees to comply with the following probation terms for 5 years, provides notice to current, potential, or future employers of the terms of the settlement, provides proof to the Division of Proof of Completion of any alcohol treatment programs participated in and the results of alcohol testing undertaken to date. He shall abstain from the use of alcohol and submit to chemical testing for alcohol by the division on a random basis up to 15 times per year, and the cost of testing is borne by Mr. Diaz. And
Thank you, Mr. Darden. Item E. This is the default case. This is, and Mr. Darden and Mr. South will provide a report. As a brief reminder, this is for Justin Ramirez. The commission voted unanimously March 7th to revoke his certification. He did not request a hearing before an ALJ, and this matter is therefore before the commission today to confirm that default revocation. If you will recall, he was an Orange County Deputy Sheriff. School resource officer in 2022 showed harmful matter of graphic sexual nature depicting drug use, graphic violence to a group of 14-year-old students. He repeated the behavior to another group of students. He resigned in 2022, pled guilty in 2023 to distributing harmful matter to a minor. Toby or Brian?
Sure. So this matter is before the commission to review and take action with respect to his certification status. As the chair noticed, when the accusation was filed, he was notified of his opportunity to request a hearing before an ALJ. He did not do so. We are now proceeding with the revocation pursuant to the government code. As described in the staff report, we previously determined that the certification should be revoked for serious misconduct, and that resulted in the filing of the accusation. In light of his failure to file the notice of defense, the commission is now entitled to issue a default decision and order revoking his certification. The proposed order was included in the materials for your review. The order that we are presenting for signature is the same, with the exception of one change, which I noticed in preparing for the hearing, and that is when the AG's office drafted it, they used the word severe misconduct instead of serious, and we've now corrected that to serious misconduct. Otherwise, the proposed order being presented is identical to the order that was in your material. The order describes the legal basis and the proper findings in the default, and I would refer you to that document for the details. So if there aren't any other questions, the staff requests a motion that the commission approve and that the default decision and order.
Motion Cooper, Barcelona. Second from Cooper. All right. We have a motion and a second. Mr. Yep, if you'd call the roll, please.
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Doring,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrio.
Yes.
Motion passes. Item F, Mr. Darden and Mr. South will report on whether the commission should refer the matter of SFPD Officer Joshua Paul Anea to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a hearing and recommendation, as it does with serious misconduct matters, or whether the commission wishes to hear the matter itself. By way of quick background, in June, the division sent a notice of intent to cancel Officer Anea's certifications, alleging he had obtained them through fraud or misrepresentation. In July, Anea sent a notice of appeal. So the matter is before us today to determine just simply whether the commission wishes to preside over an administrative hearing directly, or whether the commission wishes to assign an administrative law judge to hear the matter, write a proposed decision for our consideration. Either way, the commission decides whether to uphold or overturn the executive director's decision to cancel the certification. Gentlemen?
So we don't want to discuss the specific facts today because of due process concerns. This is here really only on the procedural question. We know this is the first cancellation hearing that you've received, and so for that reason, we wanted to present it to you so that you could make the determination. Under the Administrative Procedure Act for accusations for revocation, and similarly for these peace officer certificate cancellations, the commission always has the option. It can choose in the first instance to hold the hearing itself, or it can refer it out to the Office of Administrative Hearings for a hearing. Of course, if you chose to hear it yourself, this is a trial type proceeding. All commissioners would be present for the duration of the proceeding. It could go multiple days. Some of these hearings can go a week or more. There would be an administrative law judge present. There would be ruling on evidence, witnesses heard, and so forth. So it's quite an undertaking, but it's a possibility. And since this is the first such matter, we wanted to at least let you know that was an option. The other alternative is to do the same thing that we do in serious misconduct. That's the reason why we have administrative law judges and the Administrative Procedure Act. And in that case, then the full evidentiary hearing is done before the ALJ through the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the proposed decision comes back to the commission, then for the commission to take action on. So really, it's just a procedural question. Would the commission like to handle these cancellation matters the same as it does with revocations and refer them out to the Office of Administrative Hearings for the hearing?
Mr. Brazil.
Maybe I'm confused. What's the difference between how did it become a cancellation versus revocation? Because like, that's the first I've heard of this.
Okay, sure. So there is the ability for the commission under statute and under its regulations to cancel certificates for fraud, misrepresentation, or administrative error. Since these are not serious misconduct revocations under 13.510.8, there's a different procedure. The procedure that we follow for these is when we receive information to lead us to conclude that there might have been fraud or misrepresentation, we do our own internal investigation, gather facts, and determine if we believe fraud and misrepresentation occurred that resulted in the issuance of the certification. And then we send a notice to the respondent officer of the intent to cancel. The officer then has the ability to request an appeal under commission regulation. So that's what we're talking about.
To ALJ.
Second.
Motion and a second. Mr. Knapp, care to call the roll?
Commissioner Barcelona,
Yes.
Commissioner Braun,
Yes.
Commissioner Brazil,
Yes.
Commissioner Cooper, Commissioner Doring,
Yes.
Commissioner Yule,
Yes.
Commissioner Gordon,
Yes.
Commissioner Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Moon,
Yes.
Commissioner Nieto,
Yes.
Commissioner Terrio.
Yes.
Motion passes. I also like to note that if you read the full write-up by Toby, it was very unclear where he wanted the commission to go on this.
Completely up.
Correspondence. The following correspondence was sent from Post to Ian Schmutzler, Chief, Vacaville Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Matthew Bowen, and to Scott Wall, the Chief, San Diego Police Department, expressing deep sympathy over the tragic on-duty death of Officer Austin Makatar. Got that right, wrong twice. New business. Executive Director Alvarez will introduce 6 nominees for the advisory board. I think absent objection, I think we can take one vote on all 6 unless there's an objection. If any commissioner wishes to abstain or vote no on a particular nominee, please so advise aloud, and Mr. Alvarez will introduce each one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a long list of individuals for the advisory committee. I believe after this, we will still have 2 vacancies if you accept all of these individuals. So it seems like we're going to have a nice big advisory board with all of these individuals, should you approve. Okay, the first one is a request to appoint Sheriff Corey Honey to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative to the for the California State Sheriff's Association. The second is a request to appoint Vice Chancellor Anthony Cordova to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative for the California Community College Chancellor's Office. The third is a request to appoint Detective Alicia M. Rosa to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative for the Peace Officers Research Association of California. The fourth is a request to appoint Captain Miguel Pacheco to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative for California Peace Officer for the California Peace Officers Association, or CPOA. And then the last one, I'm sorry, not the last one, there's two more. A request to appoint investigator Kenneth Ehrman to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative for the Peace Officers Research Association of California, PORAC. And then the sixth one is a request to appoint instructor Dominic Gamboa to the Post Advisory Committee as a representative for the Post Private Presenter position.
Are there any questions about any of these individuals or their recommended appointment? Accept all.
Second.
Second, Brazil. Is there objection to unanimous consent to approve these 6 individuals to the advisory board? Seeing none, the appointments are approved. Future commission dates, upcoming commission meetings will be held November 21, 2024 at Post World Headquarters, and March 6th, 2025 in the greater LA area, June 5th at Post Headquarters. We will now adjourn to closed session. If everyone please exit the room, we'll reconvene briefly in regular session at the conclusion of closed session. We are back in regular session. Commissioners, anyone have anything else to say, to add? Is there a motion to adjourn?
I just have to ask a quick question about the next meeting.
Commissioner Gordon?
Will it be a 1 day or 2 day? Because if
Oh.
we're hearing cases,
Good thing you asked, because, so when you want to do it different with the advisory committee?
Yes, we anticipate it'll be 2 days. So we've had some questions, some comments from the advisory committee that they've been rushed because of the hearings. So we propose for the next meeting, they will have the advisory committee on Tuesday from 10 to 5. The next morning, Wednesday, and I'm looking at the date right now. We would start with a hearing for the commission at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. And we would hold the hearings on Wednesday and then the commission meeting on Thursday, starting at like 8 or 9 a.m. So that would give folks plenty of time to fly in if they need to be there for a 10 o'clock meeting. And then on the overnight, we could start the next morning, on Thursday morning. So yes, we anticipate at least 3 cases potentially to be heard by the commission on the Wednesday of the week of November 21st, whatever that day would be. So 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday for the commission, and the advisory committee would have a full day on Tuesday. That is somewhat clear. I can give you the dates now if you'd like. Yeah. Second, and I'll throw the dates out so everybody has them. So the commission would meet on November 20th for the hearing at 10 a.m. And then the commission would meet for the full commission on Thursday, the 21st. If we could do it at 8 a.m., I know some people would prefer 9 a.m. We could do 9 a.m. and then just wrap it up and get everybody home.
a personal standpoint, I'd prefer 8 for the afternoon flight, so.
Second day when we're doing.
The second day, yeah, because everybody will be here. Yeah, everybody will be in Sacramento anyway overnight.
Support Kelly. You know,
I
on the
support-
second day.
I support Kelly as well. All right, then if there's no further business, there's a motion to adjourn. All right, second. Second, without objection, so we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Good job. We are not in a hurry, right?